Okay, can you hear me online?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe we can start. So, welcome everybody. Welcome to the second day of the BIM A Plus International Conference. Today I will monitor this first session where we have two presentations from the BIM A Plus students. The first one is from Amanda Weber, and the second is from Alfonso Portela. And then we will have in here our invited speaker, Letizia Martinelli from the Institute of Heritage Science of the National Research Council in Italy, that will present a little bit of her work. So the very first presentation from Amanda is entitled BIM Design, Construction, Cost Estimation, and Investment Assessment. And it will be just a video because Amanda could not be there. But we can start now to put.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Amanda, and today I will be presenting to you the work I've developed while on BIM A Plus course. So my master thesis was named BIM Enabled Cost Estimation, Framework for Automated Quantity Extraction and Cost Database Integration. We started by defining the problem. So we know that the construction industry is a major driver of economic growth, but it has continually facing familiar challenges with cost overruns. And a big reason for this lies in the way cost estimation is still conducted until today. Most companies rely highly on manual methods. So quantities are pulled from 2D drawings and then entered in spreadsheets by hand. It's a process that is slow, prone to errors, and disconnected from the design process. And while researching this, we found that the core problem for the process still be conducted like this is the structural mismatch. So we have BIM models organizing data around objects like IFC walls, IFC slabs, and cost databases use activity-based hierarchy centered in work packages and tasks. So this structural mismatch leads to disconnected workflows and ultimately inaccurate cost estimates. So I approached the problem by asking these three main questions. First, what information requirements are essential? So this led to objectives focused on developing standardized framework using IDS and CBS codes and assessing interoperability through IFC standards. Secondly, how can we automate this? And the objectives here were to implement an automated KTO script using Python and IFC OpenShell, and to integrate the quantities from the output directly to a cost database from the company. And third, what does it take to adopt this? So this culminated into objectives that require validation of the framework performance and a clear documentation so that the industry can implement this. So to answer these questions, we've developed and tested an end-to-end framework. It starts with the model configuration in Tekla, which is then exported to IFC4. Then custom property sets. The custom property sets with the CBS codes, meaning the cost breakdown structure codes, were either embedded directly or added after export with IFC OpenShell. Then the models go through an IDS validation gate, Only those models that meet all the requirements move to the automated KTO engine, which is the Python script using IFC OpenShell. And then finally, a mapping algorithm embedded in this same script connects the CBS tagged quantities to unit prices in the proprietary database of the company, producing finally the cost estimate automatically. So to validate this framework, we used a real-world case study, collaborating with a Brazilian engineering firm that specializes in agro-industrial projects, such as the grain silos that you can see here. We selected two similar vertical concrete silos projects of different scales. This was ideal because it featured complex repetitive structures where precise material quantification is required for investment decisions. And then these models, so on the left you see the screenshots of the models that were designed in Tekla and then exported to IFC. And this company also presented a favorable profile because they have established a BIM department, but the cost estimation workflow was still entirely manual. So we focused on this gap as our challenge and opportunity for validation of this framework. So this slide shows how we mapped Tekla's internal property sets to the correct IFC classifications on the first figure. The second figure shows how we assign cost estimation properties inside Tekla. And on the bottom, the third figure shows how we inject the data after export through a Python script. So before we could trust the automation process, we need to assess the quality of the data. I used IDS standard to create machine-readable rules defining what data must be present in the IFC model and how it should be formatted. So this table shows all the information requirements that were embedded in this IDS. For our case, we used the IDS to also guarantee the presence of CBS codes in the model. And apart from the IDS itself, in XML file, I also developed a Python-based dictionary for backup check that considers the same rules. So this will check the IFC before we proceed to next step. And while checking the IFC, the process for correction was iterative. So the models were exported and checked, and then the failures were corrected. This is the automation engine, meaning the core of the automation for this framework. So it's a Python script built using the IFC OpenShell library that reads the validated IFC files, parses the elements based on their IFC type and CBS code, and then extracts the quantities and properties, applies calculation rules, and matches everything to database cost rates. So in the figure on the left, we have the IFC data extraction sample. And for items that were not modeled in early design, we used the geometry-based calculations. For example, for the roof, we calculated the quantities based on the diameter of the silo, as you can see on the excerpt on the right. The result is a normalized table of every element, its properties, and its cost code with corresponding quantities, unit price, and calculations of total prices. The final cost estimate was directly comparable to traditional methods, but achieved in a fraction of the time, with superior traceability and consistency. For core structural elements like piles and concrete volume, we saw near perfect alignment, with variances from 2 to 6%. More interesting were the larger variances. So for formwork, we saw a number that was 49% higher than manual extraction. But this was not an error. It's because the BIM model captured the full complex geometric surface area that in 2D manual takeoff it was simplified or underestimated. So beyond accuracy, the framework transforms the entire workflow. We move from this fragmented as-is workflow to this new BIM-driven to-be workflow. The to-be process is integrated and model-centric. The commercial teams are freed from all the manual data entry and calculation and can focus on high-value tasks like analysis and value engineering. So here, the main difference is the two lanes in gray. These processes that are in these two lanes, previously they were entirely manual, and now they are digital processes. Here are some implications of this work. For industry, it provides practical open standard pathway to automate critical yet error-prone process, reducing risk and improving profitability. Companies need process alignment to make it work in practice. For academia, it offers a validated methodology and a case study that demonstrates how to effectively bridge the technical and managerial gaps in BIM research. Looking ahead, future research should test scalability across project types, improve automation for complex mappings, and explore integration with scheduling and financial models for true 5D BIM. This framework closes the gap between BIM objects and cost activities, and the results show clear improvements in integration, quality control, and traceability. Because it's built on open standards like IFC and IDS, it's stay transparent, flexible, and vendor neutral, which makes it ready for use in industry, in real-world practice. The contribution is both practical and strategic. An end-to-end validator framework that not only automates cost estimation, but also shifts human effort from manual measurement to high-level analysis. In short, this thesis provided test solution to the BIM cost disconnect and a solid foundation for advancing digital transformation in construction. So this was an overview of what I've developed. I'm sorry that I cannot be online to answer any doubts that you may have, but feel free to reach me on these contacts that I've put here in this slide and discuss maybe future developments for this thesis. There are a lot of things that can still be done from here, but my focus was to develop something that I knew would be useful for the company in question. So through many interviews with the stakeholders, I tried to make a framework that they can actually implement, not something that would stay on paper. Because due to the stage of being implementation in the company, this was the best path we found. And I think the main point here is the connection with their internal cost database, which is already very developed and well structured. So this is the main change for them, that they can connect the quantities from the model directly with the existing cost database. So yeah, this was it. Thank you everyone for listening, and feel free to reach out. Wish you, for the new BIM students, I wish a very pleasant journey. Bye.
Maria Laura, you have your microphone shut down.
Thank you. So I want to thank Amanda and the people that are watching this presentation online. There are 13 people watching. This is being streamed in YouTube and it will be accessible. And also I want to remind that we can interact in the chat and we can answer. I just want to say a few words about this work of Amanda. This work of Amanda is very representative of some of the things that we discuss in here in BIM A Plus. So you can see a lot of work with IFC and interoperability and also application of programming. So it's actually one of our goals to try to have a more integration between academia and industry by learning and developing these new methods from to reach interoperability, to make some automation, and even in this case there were some data integration. So I want to say to future BIM Plus students or people that are interested that if this is a field that interests you, BIM Plus is definitely a place to investigate it. And now I would like to pass the word to Afonso, which is already here online. I can see. You can now share your screen and present your work. Thank you very much.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My thesis is entitled Heritage BIM for Monitoring and Preservation of a Cultural Heritage Structure, and it was applied on the Emona Roman wall, which is the old wall of Ljubljana. For the students that will be here, they will interact with this structure every day. I think this is the wall on Mirnya, is the most famous stretch of the wall, because it's where Plečnik and also Schmidt have made interventions, and they are still discussed today because they actually altered the Roman form of the wall. So it's a unique case study in Europe, I think. So what did we want to do? Basically, why are we all here in BIM is because there is this siloism where every discipline is separate from each other, and we want to create tools that will bring everyone to the same level of information, so that every agent in one project can have the same amount of information, be it an architect or an archaeologist or an engineer. So basically create interoperability. Also try to digitize as much information as possible so that it is easily accessible. And I have here a study done by our invited speaker and her team. They found out that, for instance, the majority of people use Revit connected with relational databases to do this. We wanted to avoid this because we want to do open ecosystem. So there are also some people using classification systems like IFCO and CDOC CRM. For those who don't know, CDOC CRM is a system was used mostly by museums to classify works of art and the procedures that must be done on them. but now it has already been applied in architecture, and I think this is a trend that will continue. And IFCO is a way of mapping ontologies inside the IFC itself, so to embed the ontologies on the IFC objects themselves. And then another trend is also the external databases, but not via Revit, via other proprietary softwares. So our system, our objective is basically to try to integrate this textual information to the three-dimensional information, and then to serve it on the web in a free way that everyone can access. And to do this, we had a data acquisition phase with laser scanners and photography. Then we processed these data sets. And the biggest problem here was the huge files that we were getting, and to serve this on the web, there was a lot of need for optimization of these mesh shapes. And in the end, when they are optimized for web, we can apply semantic enrichment. I wanted to embed the information in the objects, but this was not fruitful, so I just linked it with the IFC GUI. These identifiers that you will also see are very useful in your future endeavors. And this was the workflow, basically reality capture, then processing, scan to mesh HBIM. This is also one workflow that has been done in the literature, so I just applied this workflow. And then I translated everything to IFC 2.3 because it was what was available for me in Rhino. I was using Rhino. And then we created with vibe coding, we created a web platform based on IFC Web and Node.js. So basically, the reality capture works like this. You just take a bunch of pictures with a lot of overlap around your object, and then the structure from motion algorithm can recognize features in each picture and position them in the 3D space and slowly build a 3D model. Then this gives us a huge model with more than 10 million faces, and this is too much to process online, so we have to decimate it to 1 million faces. And then we export this OBJ to another auxiliary tool, which we used to make it a closed shape and also to have this area and volume calculations be accurate. And after this second edition, we import it to Cloud Compare. And here we compared our resulting mesh with the original point cloud, and we compared the deviation to see if we lost too much detail, if it is still with some degree of fidelity, and to see for our usage if it's acceptable or not. In this case, we can see that, I mean, probably you can see, but there is a 2.5 centimeter distance where the yellow is more dark. So it's a big error, but it's acceptable because it's the only way to diminish the file size. Here is another remeshing in Mesh Mixer to transform these shapes in quad meshes. This is an experimental step that I found out that also can compress the meshes a lot. Despite IFC only produces 3 meshes, this pre-process of transforming them to quad meshes and then importing them in IFC actually reduces the file size. I think it's just, I don't know, the position of the vertices becomes more congruent. And after all this is done, we re-import these shapes in Rhino, and then we segment the shapes by the forms that we actually want to assign information to. So for instance, here we are segmenting the Empeckelton from the outer faces. This is like the Roman traditional construction technique. So we want to have different properties of strength in these two objects, so we segment them. And also the columns and other features that Schmidt and Plechnik have embedded in this part of the wall. And finally, the semantic enrichment part. Basically, there are three types of information that are interesting to assign to these objects. There is the historical data, there is the material information, and there is the damage documentation. So these are the three types of information that we have acquired. There was also a report done by advisor on 2022, from which I extracted all this information. Then this is a big data set. There was 468 documents, so we had to find a way to classify them and organize them easily. And we use this CDOC CRM system. And basically then when we have this data set, how to serve it to the people. And basically I am not an expert programmer. I only know a little bit of Python. So it was very useful to use this augmented LLMs with the MCP servers that you can actually interact directly in the files with the LLMs and not just upload information. So this is the structure of the platform. Yeah, basically JSON was our information retaining layer. In the beginning we wanted to do a proper database, but we had no time. We had no time to do this, so we resorted to JSON. And basically, what can we do more in the future? There is already experiments using this Canupo algorithm. This is like an algorithm that identifies how much points in point clouds are crammed together and how much are they not. And then you can choose an axis for segmenting your point cloud. So basically this would allow an algorithm to find missing stones in the wall or missing mortar zones, and you would automatically classify those. You wouldn't need humans to actually say where it is that there is a damage in the wall. Then we can also do AI-assisted semantic querying. This I also tried a bit, but there is still a bit of errors. We can also do the temporal modeling. It's interesting always to have the full picture of how the wall was when it was originally built. I had no time to do this also. And then we can create levels of accessibility. For instance, one archaeologist doesn't need to have access to maintenance information, or probably does need to have access to maintenance information. But yeah, for instance, there is different levels of information that you can give access to other people. Like maintenance people don't need to have access to all the historical documents and so. Also, a new emerging technology is NeRFs and Gaussian splatting. I would like also to employ those, but I have no time. And then this AI-powered pathology detection with Canupo algorithm and others. So basically, we want to argue for a new modus operandi, which is going from a model as a static entity to a model as a dynamic knowledge interface that is always up to date. And I can show you the platform actually, I think. Can you see my screen still?
Yes, yes.
So basically this is the 3D interface.
Wait, it became, no, now it appears again.
Yeah.
It was green for a second. Okay.
So this is the model interface. You can load here the 3D models. Here is the part of the wall near the Lidl in the central Ljubljana. Here we have two damage objects, which have these 4 documents that are assigned to them. Also, they also have here embedded some PDT information about what they are characterizing. But what is interesting is just that from this click on the object, you have here the documents, and they automatically are loaded here in the portal of the document database, and you can instantly see what you are dealing with. So it's just a method to have very fast access to all information. And thank you, and I'm open to questions.
So thank you a lot, Alfonso. I really like your presentation. It's actually really related back to my work and to Letizia work, which is also integrated somehow. So I have a lot of questions, but also like first I want to see if someone is asking anything in the chat, because you are being watched in YouTube. So for now, there is no question. And I want, first of all, to congratulate you, because this work is very deep from a scientific point of view, especially with the integration of ontologies. And I'm happy to see that BIM A Plus students are now working always more with ontologies. And also, I really like that you map the damage using the ICOMOS recommendation. And I have some practical questions. So mainly, like, how do you populate the ontologies? If it is like through the platform, or if you populate first the ontology, like the knowledge graph from the ontology, and then you, for example, in Protege or in using Python, and then you have already the enriched model and you see just the model in the platform. Can you say a little bit about your pipeline?
Basically, I tried to use Protege, but I
Very
had no
heavy.
time to learn it through. And also all my documents were in Slovenian, so I was a bit confused. And yeah, I just basically I copied here you can see, for instance.
Yes.
Maybe it probably is not a fully developed ontology, but I basically tried to transform the CDoc structure into a JSON structure.
Okay, yes. And then the JSON is what interacts with your platform, correct?
Exactly, yes.
This is very nice. And maybe something that is very interesting in the future could be to extend this workflow with some other ontologies that exist. Or like create even new ontologies. Here at University of Minho, we are doing some work related with materials, and mainly with structural simulation, and probably we will be open to some energy simulation. And this was also open to my second question, that was, are you thinking to, like, for example, reuse this platform, or the possibility of reusing this platform with some other case studies, and use this very rich model to perform simulations, for example, structural, because I think it will be very nice.
Yes, that's the idea. One of the parts of the wall, the pyramid in the center, there is actually some movement going on, and my professor is worried. So our next stage is doing a FEM model of this part, so that he can perform simulations.
I will reach you for that, because I'm very interested. And I want to ask you a last question. That is, are you planning to make this platform available, for example, in GitHub and open to be used? Or
Yes,
like...
that's the idea. My professor is now trying to sell the idea to the mayor's office, like the Department of Protection of Heritage, so that they could implement this to actually be used.
Yes, for sure maybe you have a first customer from University of Minho to reach you
That
out.
would be nice, yeah.
Yes, because it's really something that we wanted to do, and even during my stay in CNR with Letizia, where I met her, we actually explored a lot this CDOCS CRM ontologies, and that was in 2022. No, 2023. And I think that in these years also they even expanded, because at that point it was mainly related to museum and exposition. But now I see that it's more open and used even for heritage building.
Mhm.
And one nice thing that we could do, related with this is like mapping some of the classes of these ontologies with other ontologies that maybe are related to material or buildings in general, and then create, like, let's say, a knowledge graph that is more extended and covering a lot of parts, because heritage is tricky because you have a lot of data that usually you do not have in the regular building, let's say. But thank you so much. It was really nice.
And just one last thing, I think this synergy between ontologies and AI is very, very good, because now you can ask very complex questions using very, very little amount of tokens. So not even to directly query in the database, but to ask in natural language, but it will be much more easy to the AI to answer.
I agree, and it will be probably more transparent the way we can even teach information to AI, because the information now it's well structured in
Yes.
a knowledge graph, and it's not like just throwing up data. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I see that for now there is no other question, but we can reach us later. So probably we can pass to our invited speaker that will keep going this heritage journey, and
Yes, thank you very much to the organizers for the invitation, and thank you for the speakers before me. Both they were incredibly interesting, and this last one was perfectly to continue this discussion. And I also have a question. I mean, I would really like to know when the platform is online, because I also want to go through it and see how you developed it. I'm especially interested in the use of mesh for the modeling, because you want to have that kind of detail on the geometrical aspect of the building, which is very tricky. I know it's tricky. I mean, Maria Laura knows it's very tricky. So I'll share my screen. Can you see it? Okay. Okay, can you see the presentation? Okay,
yes,
thank you.
yes.
As Maria Laura was already saying, my presentation will be about the use of heritage BIM for the management, conservation, and energy improvement of historical buildings. So I will discuss this topic by showing you some practical applications that we did. I am part of the Institute of Heritage Science of the National Research Council of Italy, which is a transdisciplinary institute devoted to the knowledge, conservation, and use of cultural heritage by integrating humanities, experimental science, and technological applications. So, I mean, we were talking about interdisciplinarity, and this is exactly something that the Institute is devoted to. As an architect, I am part of the Built Heritage Innovation Lab that deals specifically with developing digital tools and methods for the documentation, conservation, and enhancement of built heritage. At this moment, we mostly try to deal with developing tools that can be directly used by professionals with with what is available at hand. So not that much the cutting technologies of defining a new script, so a new app for doing something new, but trying to find ways to capitalize on what is existing to make workflows more efficient and more ready to use for practitioners and for building owners and managers. We are also an interdisciplinary group that encompasses architects, engineers, informatics, and so on. So, as I was saying at the beginning, we will see three main topics of the use of heritage BIM for data management and documentation, for the integration of IoT data, and then energy improvement. I won't go into BIM because I know, I'm sure you are all experts on that. What I just wanted to underline about the use of BIM for historical building is the idea of the management information system to collect, store, and structure information on buildings. Because all the activities that are connected to conservation and documentation of historical buildings are again interdisciplinary and require a lot of data that is collected and that needs to be structured and organized. And therefore, the idea of having a centralized system that can allow the structure of this data and also the implementation of data in time and the consultation of data by different actors that, as it was discussed before, maybe needs different kind of information is key to allow the smooth development of these activities on historical buildings. It's very complicated to implement BIM for historical buildings because the softwares are not developed for this aim, because buildings are all different and there is a lot of heterogeneity in how they were built, in the materials and so on. But this idea of a centralized management system for us is really key to support all the activities that these buildings entail. These are some of the things that can be developed within a HBAM model. And well, some that for us are really important are the ones connected to maintenance, management, and simulation. And this is like our general workflow that is similar to what my predecessor was describing, because we are dealing with existing buildings and so historical buildings. And so we have a very, very big phase of data collection, geometric data, but also documentation, diagnostics, and so on. All this data should be mapped and should be funneled into models, 3D models, but also information models. And the first case study deals exactly about that. This is I'll present to you the HBAM model of the National Archaeological Museum of Naples that we are developing, and now we are in the phase of modeling the southwest side of the building as an example to be then used for the whole building. And the model uses of these, defining model uses in advance is key, especially for such a building, because it's the managers and the owners and the maintenance operators of the buildings that need to tell what they give their requirements for what they need to do the job that they want to do. Our models need to be models that are used and that are used in a way that makes processes more efficient. In this case, the main model uses were about day-by-day management of the building, the support of interventions on the building, of course, documentation, and also communication. Again, this idea of collecting all information in one place, or at least a federation of models that are connected, was key, because this building is very important. It's a masterpiece of early 19th century architecture. And so there was a huge amount of information on it that need to be organized. And for us, when we talk about models, of course, we talk about not just 3D models, but also data models, survey, geometric survey that is the main source of geometrical information on the buildings, because we tend to do object based models that are simplified from the geometrical point of view, because we can always rely on the survey, and also management protocols that need to be developed with the owners, with the managers, to understand what they need and also how the model can be implemented, because a building like this undergoes renovations continuously. And this is a criminally simplified, Maria Laura, I ask your forgiveness, on how the ISO 19650 sees the tender process on an historical building. So the appointee, the manager of the building, would issue tender documents with these exchange information requirements based on the requirements of the management of the building. And also, well, it would be great to have already an asset information model, because this is a building that is already existing, that is already operating. And so the model of the building that follows the life of the building should be already there. And then the suppliers of a tender for a renovation intervention on the building can respond to the exchange information requirement with their BIM execution plan. Somebody's gonna win. Develop a building information model, then develop the work, and then this building information model of the intervention, so the as-is version, will be funneled into the asset information model, so that this model will always remain up to date with the evolution of the building. And this is key. This is key to really follow all the transformation of the building inside. Another way to follow this is, well, the process for complex renovations and intervention, but the management and day-by-day maintenance of the building also require to access data on the building, and therefore a common data environment can also be used for this aim, to allow for a common data environment, so a repository that collects all this information mainly online, can be directly accessed by operators, owners, professionals, to query information, sharing data, and also with different roles and permissions. Of course, yes, the maintenance operators need to have access also to the data that is connected to their job. This is a very simple proprietary common data environment that already gives a lot of, well, it's very, very easy to use for this day-by-day management, because it collects the model with an external database of information, general information like reports in this case, but also more specific information. It can allow to see the building, even if this version, well, you see there is no internal structure of the walls, for example, that for us is terrible, because stratigraphy is key in an historical building. But you can access information on single elements, also connected to the external database, because it's very complex to connect a lot of data in a BIM model, because of the key value structure of information. But in this case, if you have an external database, a lot of more information can be structured. This, for example, before it was constructive system of the building, but this is a schedule that can be accessed and implemented by maintenance operators, for example, for the maintenance of a window. And so this common data environment represents the most up-to-date set of information that also integrates the day-by-day management of the building, not just the main interventions. Then going into how we model the building, of course, we started with historical and architectural analysis of the building. This is a masterpiece of architecture in Italy, so it's very well documented. In this case, going through all this data and finding what was needed was the problem. For the geometric survey, we had the laser scanner survey of all the exterior of the building and the interior of only the section that we were going to model first. This is all the geometric survey. As you see, there was impossible to have a day for the survey in which there were no scaffolds, because this building is always moving. And then the integration of both interior and exterior. And we used the geometric survey as a scaffold for our scan to BIM modeling. For us, that as we are dealing with historical buildings, scan to BIM modeling is a a paramount manual phase in which we use the modeling, we try to model the building as similar as possible to how the building was constructed. And this is a way for us to understand the technical construction and all the specific characteristics of the buildings. There are many experiments on how to automate this kind of modeling, but for us, this is something that gives us the means to really study in deep how the building was built. So it's still, I mean, we still keep it manual. And this manual modeling went also very deep into specific elements. For example, on the modular construction of the architectural composition. For the windows, we developed nested classes of elements that were repeated differently. Because that's exactly how this building was thought about. It was really a modular game of connecting and integrating different elements. And this works pretty well for such a classical building. And also we used a lot of parametric modeling because, again, this modular type of architecture was really parametric in thinking, even if it was something of the 18th century. Some elements, are not, that are typical of historical buildings are generally not present in BIM softwares. And so we tried workarounds to model them. For example, vaults. We defined different parametric geometrical structures for the vaults that can be differently used for different type of vaults. And then we modeled the vault on top of this geometrical structure, which is, exactly how this type of vault would be. This is a plaster vault. The structure is a wooden structure, and so this is exactly the way this type of vault would be built, really. So we always try to, even when we don't have the specific elements, we try to mimic the construction process. And to get information, we try all possible ways to get information, especially what we can't see, so on wall stratigraphy. We had, in this case, we knew how the walls was built because there were works all around, so there were walls without plaster, but also we rely a lot on manuals that really gives you more information on stratigraphy and so on. So we try to always have educated guess and always to write about what we don't know. And again, also for materials, you always can go deeper because when we got more information on specific materials, we could always go inside the model and integrate this information. This is a just a video on the model just to show you how it is inside. And well, the vaults, they are, there is this void because these vaults, they are just made of plaster. So they are actually a ceiling of the time. And they are completely disconnected from the main structure. And this is something we saw because one of the vaults was completely open. So this was also very interesting to understand the specific construction of the building. And we also published a paper on the methodology that we use to develop this model, but in general, the methodology for HBIM models. The second theme is about integrating not just static data in the model, but also dynamic data. In this case, sensors data coming from IoT sensors. The case study for this project is the Real Sito di Carditello, so a royal residence in the outskirts of Naples. And we developed for this project an open HBIM IoT platform to connect the BIM model with the data from monitoring sensors that were installed in a room of this building to control the condition of the room, because a painting was stored that this should be in control conditions. Again, the modeling follows the same process. So geometric survey, in this case, we integrated photogrammetry from drone with the use of SLAM, so a mobile LiDAR scanner that defines the point cloud of a space while it moves through the space. And it's really incredibly fast. And it has a level of detail of 2 centimeters that for us is pretty, I mean, for what we do is pretty okay. 2 centimeters is the error of plaster on an historical building. So it's, for what we needed to do, it was perfectly fine. But also we always integrate this kind of heavy on tools, on instrumentation surveys with also manual surveys and drawings, and just going to the building and trying to understand how it's built. Again, we developed the scan-to-BIM model of this building, and we went very deep into defining the IFC parameters for the sensor, because the sensor was going to be, the object in the model of the sensor was going to be mapped with the real data connected by the real sensor. The platform was developed by an IoT firm in our way. And the backend for the BIM visualizer is the open server BIM server. And the sensor data was collected using Node-RED. And then within the platform, the BIM model in IFC is mapped, especially, I mean, the object of the sensor is mapped and connected with the real data produced by the sensor. There is a dashboard that shows the data in real time, but also shows statistics that are made on the data, because it's not so interesting to see how the data moves, I mean, each 10 minutes. What is more interesting in this kind of study is to understand the frequency of happening of a certain, if a threshold is I mean, the data goes beyond or above a given threshold, is important to see how often this happens. And also on this work, we published a paper describing it. And then last but not least is our work that we are really passionate about on the use of HBIM integrated with energy and environmental simulations for the energy improvements of historical buildings. The first project that I showed you, BIP, is a European project that we coordinated, a neighborhood project with all countries on the Mediterranean, and was devoted to develop a workflow to integrate BIM and simulations for the energy improvements of these historical buildings in the Med area. So the main challenges of this project were, of course, the energy improvement of built heritage as a whole, then heritage BIM, building simulations for historical buildings, and the interoperability between these two software environments that is, let's say that is not developed at the time. So the energy improvement of built heritage is getting traction as a very important topic in the fight against climate change, not just in terms of adaptation to the risks of climate change, but also in terms of mitigation, because historical buildings are generally well adapted to local climate. They have a lot of passive strategies to improve thermal comfort. And so working on these passive strategies to improve thermal comfort more and adapted it to the current requirements and reducing energy costs is paramount to guarantee building use and enhancement, but it needs to be done in a way that is in line with conservation principles, because the risk of energy improvement intervention is maladaptation, is doing something that is gonna have bad repercussion in terms of decay and degradation on the building. Building performance simulation, and especially energy and environmental simulation, is a simplified model to represent the behavior of the building. Exactly as structural simulation. In this case, to represent the thermohygrometric behavior of the building. And studying the current behavior of the building and also the way interventions change this behavior, we can understand the possibility for energy cost reduction, for improving thermal comfort, but also understanding the feedbacks of intervention on conservation. So energy simulation, should be applied everywhere. It's a very, very potent tool to understand how the building works and how it should work. Not just for for all buildings, but especially for historical buildings, and especially at the beginning of the intervention process. But this is still not widespread, and not at all for historical buildings, for many reasons. Many reasons that are also similar in structural analysis. Because of the complex geometries involved, of the heterogeneity of historical buildings, and also because of specific behavior of historical buildings that software don't understand that well. Massive behavior, so the thickness of walls, and also the importance of moisture transport, because masonry normally doesn't have insulation, so it's hygroscopic. The vapor can go through and should go through. Talking about HBIM and simulations, they share a lot of data. For example, data on the envelope, data on rooms and spaces, and so on. So finding a way to share data from these two software environments will be very important to enhance the use of simulations, especially for historical buildings that are so complex in geometry. But this integration is still in its infancy because of the complexities of both software environments, and also because these software environments have different assumptions that are not that impede or make a streamlining interoperability complex. For example, walls. Walls are represented in HBIM models as 3D elements, while the majority of simulation software represent them as 2D surfaces. And this is not such a big problem for a new building that has a thin wall. But for the buildings we studied, whose wall thickness is at the minimum, I don't know, 80 centimeters, 1 meter, this is key because it completely changes, for example, the heated volume. And therefore, we are trying to develop and to test workflow using existing technologies to try to find the best workaround and the best way to have this smooth interoperability. So again, even in this case, we start from analysis. All our data is funneled into the HBIM platform, shared with the simulation software to simulate the model as is and validate the simulation with monitoring data and energy bills and understand how the building behaviors now. And then develop design solution that can be tested to see their effects. This workflow was applied to Palazzo Maffei Borghese in Rome, starting with the historical architectural analysis, with the geometric survey, again with the SLAM, that for an energy model is perfect. We don't need much more. The exterior of the building was surveyed with a laser scanner. We also work a lot on the decay patterns on the building to understand if there were some decay patterns on the envelope that could interfere with the behavior of the building. And we developed our first hypothesis on homogeneous wall stratigraphies because this is a historical building that had a long history of new constructions, of interventions, and so on. And we don't have a real history on that. So the first thing to do is to understand how the building was built because we need to define for our model the stratigraphies of all the walls. So the first stratigraphies were defined based on historical analysis, and then we went with the quantitative analysis with thermography that gives you a lot of information on homogeneous wall parts, on thermal bridges, and so on. And then we decided based on the thermography, the points where to do a quantitative analysis with the heat flux meter to get the actual transmittance of the wall. And we also did a simulation, a sunshine simulation, because the heat flux meter should be positioned in a place that is always in shadow. We did 9 measurement points with the heat flux meter because the building was really heterogeneous, and we always leave the heat flux meter for a very, very long time, way longer than what is required by regulation because of the thickness of the wall and the way masonry works. We also did a 1-year environmental monitoring of some specific rooms in the building, and we used the HBIM model as a repository to funnel all the data that we were collected in time. This is a short video to show you the model. Is export in IFC. Of course, we mapped and checked all the information, especially on the envelope. And this is the model imported in the simulation software. You see all the information, for example, on decoration and so on was expunged. But we have to specifically manually map all the windows because there was no way, no simple way to export all this data. Some data we managed to export, but others we have to go manually. Then we developed 3 intervention scenarios, and as you can see, even with the short-term scenario, the improvement was incredible just because this building, the management of the building was bad. The HVAC system was used very inconsistently. Nobody really knows when it was turned on and off. So just by understanding how the building was operating and to improving the efficiency of operations, we really managed to cut consumption, which is great because it was really, well, fast. But it's something to keep in mind for historical buildings that are used, for example, like this one as offices, because there are already a lot of waste, energy waste, just because of the managing of these buildings. And we published a guideline to describe all this workflow that is open source, and you can access on this with the QR code. And very, very briefly, last but not least, the project we are working on right now, this project Beacon, that follows. It's a continuation of BIP project. In this case, the case study is Villa Mondragone, is a very important villa of the 16th century in the outskirts of Rome. And again, we started with diagnostic analysis and with qualitative thermography. And this thermography was really interesting for us because the building is under renovation, and the only heated section of the building is this second floor, this first floor, and the ground floor and the second floor are not heated. But as you can see, there is basically no difference in temperature because the walls, the walls are so thick that they manage to keep the heat even if they are this part is not heated. We also did on specific walls a heat flux meter analysis to get the actual transmittance. And in this case, we were really, really careful. We tried to find creative ways to really be non-invasive on the wall and don't put anything on the wall that could take the plaster away. And now we are at the point in which we are, from the transmittance and from our historical analysis, we are trying to confirm our hypothesis on the measuring stratigraphy, because what we need in the simulation software is the actual stratigraphy, not the transmittance as a whole. We are also doing an 1 year environmental monitoring that is especially interesting in the rooms that are not, in the spaces that are not heated at the moment. This space is open because there are no windows, and still it managed to keep the temperature. And it's amazing how historical measuring works. We are developing the model of the whole building, and now the trickiest phase, but also the most interesting phase that we are doing right now, is the interoperability phase. And in this case, we are studying two different paths. One pipeline from Revit, the export, to GBXML and Design Builder, and the other is from Revit to IFC to IDICE. And these two pipelines are, they are both tricky, and it's very interesting to see how the different software understand the building, how the two formats open formats understand the building, and so how we can really manage to develop a workflow that professionals can use, that is easy and that is efficient. And thank you very much for having being with me, bear with me up now.
Thank you very much, Letizia. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So it's really amazing to see the amount of work, and also like the progression of the work, because it was like, okay, first let's see how to do HP model, then like how to integrate with IoTs, which is actually super important, like to monitor what constantly happen. And then finally you show first how to do simulation in like current practice and with what we have, and finally like what can we do to make this more more like usable for everyone. So I really like this progression. I have a lot of ideas and questions and comments to make. There is a question actually from, I know there is a comment, sorry. from in YouTube from a person that I think that I know, which is Tatiana. That's a really big project and interesting workflow for interoperability. Thank you for the nice presentation.
No, thank you very much to
Yes.
Tatiana.
Yes. One of I have two general initial questions. One is like there is something that I always struggle with HBIM. There is in BIM you can put such an amount of information, and sometimes when we deal with sometimes most of the times I would say when we deal with heritage building, we are not 100% sure of that information. I mean, we cannot see that thing, but we assume from books, from as you show actually that you were, I don't remember now if it was in the first or in the second or maybe in both, where you show that you use some manuals as we were speaking also. So what do you think? In your opinion, how can we deal with this problem? Should we like have some indicators to say, okay, this is our level of certain about this knowledge? What's your idea to keep track
Okay, of course, it depends on the model and on model uses. We dealt with uncertainty in different ways. If this type of uncertainty is something that you need to certify, then there are indexes to do that. Indexes that combine different types of uncertainties. And for example, if you have only the data from the survey, or if you did an actual invasive analysis and so on. In general, or you can have like a general indication of uncertainty on the building. What is very important for us, we did also a paper on uncertainty, is most importantly for us is how you manage to integrate new information if this information comes. As you see, we always, in the model of the National Museum of Naples, we didn't model the structure of the actual structure, wooden structure, because we don't have data on that. But we left a place for it. Like we defined a specific layer for that, where we know that we are gonna implement this information when we have it. And another thing is that you have to try to plan in advance for what is coming, because there are stuff in BIM that if you don't plan in advance, then you can't do anymore. And for this reason, also parametric modeling is very, very important. We always, this is something that shouldn't be done, but a lot of times we start without to model, maybe with little information and without the geometric survey, because of the times of the projects. But if you try to have a parametric model where really things can be moved around a little and can be integrated if data comes, then you can also accommodate this type of flexibility. Of course, not everything can be planned for in advance, and so you always know that something will be changed in time. But the idea is always to think of the model as a repository that will be integrated in time, because data will come in time. Or sometimes it will never come, and so you just you have an index to say, or you just say, this I modeled because this is the data I have.
Yes, this is exactly what I also think, honestly, like based on my more little experience that I have. I think we have 1 minute just, and if there is no question, I would like just to ask a very brief question that maybe is not so brief, but we can. It's like, how do you see the integration of the usual people that are trained to work with this type of structure, So the usual expert with these new methodologies.
Oh, well, now I'll be brief, but now we are starting to work with the Italian Ministry of Culture, and they are incredibly open to this type of new technologies, which was, well, it was very nice to see. And there is we realize that there is really an hunger for knowledge, because the operators, they are forced to use BIM, but they don't really know how and why. And so I think that well, there is the possibility for this change and for this integration, if the operators really understand that there is an incentive to do that, because there is an advantage to their workflows. And that's why we are trying to start with what is already available, so that we give the operators very simplified protocol, well, never simplified, but as simple as possible protocols to use the software that are more common in the market, softwares that maybe they already know, to keep them in their comfort zone and have them entering this type of new workflows in a way that is as easy as possible and as flawless as possible. And then afterwards, of course, there could be any type of cutting edge development. But well, I'm really optimistic that this is something that they will, well, if they really understand the usefulness, they will start to use it.
This is really nice to hear, and to see that you're collaborating with the Minister of Culture. It's amazing.
Yes.
So thank you so much once again.
Thank you very much.
It was really good to have you and to show to students like what you can do with very nice knowledge, as you guys do in your group. And I wish we can meet soon.
Yes, me too.
I think we should do the break now. So thank you so much for all the speakers for this session. We will go back at 11:10 for session 4. And thank you again. Thank you, Letizia. Thank you, Alfonso. And see you later. Bye.
Mas, a minha só começa às 10h10. Deixa-me ver aqui ao YouTube. Vou ver quem é que está a falar. Em direto, mas não se está a ouvir nada. Para quem trabalha. Pronto, então agora estou no Zoom. Aqui posso fechar? Não posso. Isto não interessa.
Hello everyone. Welcome back to the BIM A Plus conference. We are here for the next session. So, for who doesn't know me, I'm José Greja. I'm one of the directors of BIM A Plus, and I'm the chairman of this conference. And we are starting session 4, where we'll have several presentations with some different topics. I hope that will be very interesting. And we start with Atishan with this presentation about the implementation of BIM-based digital twins for preventive maintenance in facility management. So whenever you want, you can share the screen.
Very good morning. Can you see my screen?
Perfect. You can put in presentation. Perfect. You can go on.
Yeah, very good morning. Tishan Malibek here. So the topic of my thesis was the implementation BIM-based digital twin for preventive maintenance in facility management. So with this, my supervisor was Mithya Kosher and the industry mentor was Yure. So the research question that we faced and that we tackled here was how to streamline all the fragmented data from construction executional phase to operational maintenance phase. So we followed this question and we come up with a solution that there must be the way that we can streamline all these fragmented data and with the help of AI. And those solutions must be open source. So these solutions, for these, we come up with these main 2 solutions here. The solutions were, the first one is the handling of the documents to IFC model. And the second was to create a platform that will create the COBE report. So for this, we integrate an AI and LLM to it to the software. So you can, with the natural language, you can get information and you can use it in facility management. And the second was the standalone application, which creates a COBE report right away within clicks, right, without spending any time. So let's proceed with further why we selected these 2 solutions. You can see here in FM softwares and FM boundaries, they work with both IFC models and the COBE reports. You can see the main softwares here that accepts COBE report along IFC models. But in IFC models, we have lesser data, you can say. The lack of documentation in IFC models. So in our solution, we create our own plugins that attach all the documents regardless of the nature of the document. It attaches to the elements and to the model itself. And it appears in piece of documents. So you can see here why we choose with these solutions. So in total, not a one solution, but we presented 5 solutions, in which the first one was IFC Document Manager, which attaches the documents to IFC model, obviously. The second one was the BIM A plus IFC Reader MCP. This is a model context protocol which connects LLM AI to your IFC model. With this help of with these solutions, you can communicate with your IFC model. You can use across the platform, like whenever you are in construction phase or a facility management phase, you can use all the way. And the third one was the same connection with an LLM to AI, but here you can see your model along to communicate with your model. So this is the BIM A plus Blender MCP, which I named as the BIM MCP, which is integrated with the Blender. And the fourth one was like the standalone application. Here, this is the GUI, the graphical user interface, where you load your IFC model, select the output format that you want. It creates 9 formats, different facility management softwares accept different formats. So this standalone applications, it creates all the output reports all at once. You just need to select what kind of report do you want. And the last one is the Blender Kobe plugin. Here, I also created one more plugin in within the domain of Blender. Here you can see your model and you can generate your Kobe report. So let's go further. How these solutions work and how can we use it in a perfect way. So let's see the workflow of all these things. Initially, the user have to go to the IFC document manager so it can attach all the documents to IFC model, and this whole IFC model is used directly to the FM softwares. The second solution that I explained, it connects AI to IFC model directly, and you can do whatever you want. In natural language, you can ask to create a Kobe report, and you can ask, I will need it an Excel format solution and version 3 of the Kobe solution. You can ask it, and it will create right away. Or if you want just a single element and its information, it also do this function and this everything it can done. Now let's go to the third solution. Here you can visually see and talk to your model. And same, what with the model, the data with the model like metadata, you can play with it regardless of the facility manager or the layman. Anyone can use it with their natural language. With the fourth solution, this is the standalone application. These are within, you can just load your model to it and just simple clicks, it can generate all the outputs here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These all the output formats it can generate right away. And some are human readable and some are machine readable. The human readable, I will show you that how it can be visible and you can read it. And this is the last solution. You can see your model and you can create your Kobe reports. This is the first solution, the IFC document manager. This is actually the plugin, the Blender plugin, which attach your documents to your IFC model. In traditional workflow, the facility manager, what he can do, he will find all the files in a server or in a print form. He manually search it and collect all the information. Then he put all the data to Kobe report one by one. Then he generate all the documents. But here, with the use of this plugin, when you open in any IFC viewer this model, you just need to click on the element and it's show all the elements right away. Here I will mention one more thing. The Dalux has these options, but if you download the model from the Dalux, it disconnects all the links to the attached document. But with this solution, with our solution here, these the attachment of the documents with the IFC model is permanent. Like if you want to share these IFC models, the links will work always. So let's see how this works. This is the interface of the Blender. Here on my right side, this is the properties of the element, okay, and here IFC document manager, you can attach the local files and the web links. You can add the both here. And here, if you load a model here, it will give you initially the summary of your model, like which project this is, and you can select your element and attach the documents to it. Let's see, let's select one element here. You can see I opened this in BIM Vision. This is the same model. You can see here there are no any P documents, nothing here. Now I will attach the documents. Here I attach the 3 documents with the help of this plugin. Now I will open the same element, the same model. Now I select this element. Now here you can see all the links work regardless of the IFC viewer. You can use anywhere. Even I open in the Dialog even, it works. These are the clickable links. These are the web links that I edit the documents to these elements. So that was the first solution. Let's proceed with the second solution. This is the AI-powered solution. Here, the manually in traditional workflow, user manually open the IFC model and manually enter the data, and it will use the furthermore. But with the help of the AI, here you can see the LLM is connected with the Blender using this MCP server. And what is MCP server? MCP server is a model which connects the external systems to your AI. So now you can, with the help of the MCP, you can make a way that LLM is connected to your software. So I connected here with a Blender. Now you can, with your natural language, you can communicate with your model. Let's see how this LLM works. To connect the LLM to your AI to your Blender, here is a port on which it works. This is the BIM A plus the Blender MCP. This is the Blender server, the port. You have to click on it to connect LLM to your Blender. When you connect, then you will open your AI model. Here I use a Claude, and they're already connected. I installed this MCP to my Claude here. Let's see how it works. I will play a video here. You can see. With the natural language, I connected here. I will ask hello, and are you connected to Blender? He will search that it is connected or not, and he says, yes, I am connected. And I asked, give me about the summary of this model. And he gave me a summary of model. Now I will ask furthermore about this selected element. Now you can see it collects all the information about the selected element. Now I will ask further, like give me the related elements in this IFC file, and let's see which data it will give me. Now it's searching. This is the port that it used to communicate with the IFC model. This is the two-way communication with it does here. Now you can see here, it collects all the data and give me the related the elements that I have selected here. Okay, now I will go further to create a report, so it will be human readable. So I asked him to create a visual artifact in HTML file and create me the copy report of these selected elements that I have created here. Now you don't have to do anything. All the work will done by the AI, and here you can see it created the copy report. This is the human readable report it created. Here you can clearly see that all the data from the model it collects, and it created me a report here. So this is the solution that we came up with to connect with AI to your IFC model. And here, this is the third solution. This is the standalone application. Here we created. Sorry. Here you can see how these as the standalone application work. You have to load your IFC model. This whole solution is based on all the IFC schemas, whether it's 2.3 or 4.2. It works all the way, and it processes all the data within its software, and it validates by itself the data with the model, and it configures all the reports, and it generates all the KV report. Not a single report, but it's create a multi outputs. And this is the interface of this standalone application. You can see here on my left side, you have to select these output, the Kobe report formats. First, you will load the IFC model. Then you can select the output directory where do you want to show these reports. And if you want to need the selected tables from your Kobe reports, because it's contained 18 sheets, but you need few of those, you can also select your desirable sheets. If you need all of them, then you can select all of them. Now here you can see how these work. Let's see how it works during all the phase. Here I load the model. Here I load the same model. And now you can see here, while after loading the model, it read the file and gave me the summary of this file. Like the name of the project, what is the building name, and how many entities are there. Now I will give the where I want to save these reports. Now I will select all the sheets that I want, and just I will click to generate a report, and it creates within a minute. Now I will open the human readable file, the Excel file here. Now you can see it create all the data. And here, within a clicks, you don't have to do a manually work. You just need to, with a few clicks, it creates all the report right away. This is an Excel SLX file. And this is an HTML file. This is also a human readable file. So let's go with the SWOT analysis, like how these solutions work with, the strength of these solutions are within a natural language. You can query your desirable things, like without any BIM trainings. Even the layman can prompt and do a work on it. And it eliminates the licensing cost because we put all these solutions as open source, and it saves a lot of time. And it connects the documents directly to its elements, and it creates a multi formats like right away in a single clicks. And for the opportunities, if we see there's opportunity that the AI integrated with any construction industry is the best way that how we can connect the AI. Obviously, the open source is growing nowadays, and this is also an opportunity. And the Blender, actually, that's the Blender you can use in a BIM workflows. And you can also follow the digital twin standardization here. If we go for the weaknesses, if the Blender update itself, the whole software, then we have to update our plugins here. So we can follow the updates and we can use it. But this is a weakness. And with the AI, if you want to connect it, it's dependent on the internet. Yeah, there's a little bit of weakness here. And if the bigger companies want to use these solutions, there are a bit enterprise security restrictions, but it's on IT department whether they want to use it or they want to integrate these solutions in their industry. Yeah, if we go for the threats of these solutions, these are the great solutions. If the bigger companies and the software companies see these solutions, maybe they absorb these solutions and they will use in their own benefits. If we go for the conclusion, the problem was how to streamline these fragmented data and reduce these high-cost softwares. And obviously, IFC is improving, and there is a poor IFC compatibility. But these all solutions are based on the latest IFC schemas. And because of these, the previous solutions, all the maintenance work are the reactive maintenance. Now, with the help of these solutions, we can go for the maintenance with the predictive maintenance. So the solution we predicted, like the open source and the natural language queries, the documents is persistent and the permanent solutions and the permanent links, and it follows the latest IFC schemas, and automatically it creates the copy reports like right away without any spending time. If we go for the results, it improves the data handover from the construction phase to facility management. Yeah, obviously it eliminates the licensing barriers, and it also follows the democratized building data access. Like anyone can use the building data, whoever want to work on that building. And the impact of these solutions are user friendly and it's a free and user friendly, and within a few clicks and with the natural language, you can do anything with these solutions. And we started with the fragmented data. Now it is streamlined, we can say, and it can used in the operational workforce. And thank you.
Thank you, Atishan, for the very nice presentation and a very nice topic that you did in your dissertation. You went a little bit over time, so I will just make a small comment and one question. I think it's because I don't see comments online, but I will go on. You show up here a lot of new trends in the technology that are following. That is especially how to use LLMs to interact with other pieces of software, because they are, by default, they are not very efficient on that, but that's why it comes out these model context protocols, these MCPs. And also you show here how to integrate again another complex problem that is keeping the data safe and the data structure organized with your IFC document management. And my question is only, where people, if they want to reuse the solutions you did, where they can find? Is it available online or?
Now I will load all these solutions on my GitHub, and they can access to my these solutions on LinkedIn, and LinkedIn there is my website, and they can use the website to access to the GitHub, and I will put the link and I will share with you, and anyone can use it.
Okay, thank you. So later then then this video will be online, and we can put the links below in the description for
Yeah,
people
okay.
if they want to access. Okay,
Sure.
thank you.
Thank you.
We can move forward now. We go to the next presentation. The next presenter will be Mujade Bani. And the presentation is entitled From BIM to Interactive Digital Twins, another presentation about digital twins with a workflow for integrating virtual and physical environments. So whenever you want, you can start.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
So hello, my name is Mujahid Bani Mustafa, and today I will be talking about my thesis, From BIM to Interactive Digital Twin, a workflow for integrating virtual and physical environments. And this thesis was conducted in the University of Ljubljana, and it was supervised by Professor Tom. So, today's facility management faces a critical fragmentation issue. Looking at this diagram, we can see four disconnected systems. BIM system, like BIM models with static design, IoT sensors collecting live data without spatial context, and legacy CAD facility management system using 2D interfaces. And last, weather systems giving data in isolation. Facility managers must manually connect information between these systems, jumping between different interfaces to understand building performance. Current solutions need expensive platforms costing thousands of euros, excluding educational institutions and small organizations. The gap is striking. While some game engines have been explored for some AEC applications, Unreal Engine stays mostly unexplored for facility management, despite its visual capabilities. This fragmentation prevents us from achieving the full potential of digital twin in building management. This work addresses these challenges through four key objectives. First, developing a validated workflow for changing static IFC models into interactive digital twin using Unreal Engine 5.5. Second, creating a unified navigation system that connects floor plan interfaces with immersive 3D experience. Third, integrating live sensor data with a spatial building context. And fourth, validating virtual experience that maintain identical features with desktop systems. The main contribution is providing an open source, cost-effective solution that enables access to digital twin technology for educational institutions, changing this technology from expensive solution into an accessible capability for organizations. The implementation uses the Faculty of Civil Engineering and Geodesy building at the University of Ljubljana as a living test case. This four-level building gives us the perfect validation environment with existing BIM data, comprehensive sensor networks, and operational systems. I used ArchiCAD and IFC model, and the building was equipped with turbo sensor network that gives us temperature, humidity, and CO2 data. And I used also OpenWeather API for environmental context. This case study, this building, gives us the best test case because it's active building and it has BIM data and it has infrastructure of sensor and like it's big, yeah. So in this slide I will explain the technical framework. I used starting from BIM model, I used DataSmith import to bring the model into Unreal Engine. Then I applied some optimization to the model, like I removed high poly elements, such as grass, trees, to make the performance good. Then comes the navigation system development, which splits into three components: the minimum component with live position tracking and flow detection, the full circle map showing floor plan display with location selection zones and information panels, and 3D teleportation enabling coordinate transformation and direct location access with spatial navigation. These three components feed into system integration, creating the unified navigation solution. Then we have the IoT data integration, pulling from two sources, hub sensors monitoring temperature, humidity, and CO2 inside the building, and Open Weather API gives us outdoor conditions and weather context. These combine in a unified dashboard showing both indoor and outdoor data next to each other. This feeds into deployment modes, offering two options: desktop mode with 2D widgets and mouse interactions, and VR mode with 3D widget components and hand-based interactions. Both deployment modes create a living digital twin, which becomes an interactive digital twin with live data integration. The innovation here is complete integration from static BIM model to live sensor data to multi-platform deployment, all using open source tools, mainly Unreal Engine 5.5, making professional digital twin capabilities accessible to any organization. Now let me walk you through the BIM integration achievements. I developed a complete workflow from IFC models to datasmith import to interactive Unreal Engine environments. The key achievement includes metadata preservation. As we can see in this photo, as we can see in this photo, the metadata of the IFC model is preserved. We can see the IFC wall tag, the IFC global ID, and all the metadata. And the workflow for integration to BIM model is IFC model. We had the IFC model. Then using datasmith import, the model is inside Unreal Engine. Then some geometry processing. And then I did level structure because datasmith doesn't import the special IFC elements like IFC zone, IFC room. It doesn't export it. So I needed to make the level structure by myself, and I needed to define the rooms by myself. And after that, I did some coordination calibration. And then I got the interactive zones using collision boxes. Now, I will demonstrate the navigation approach that connects 2D and 3D interfaces. This system includes four integrated components. First, the minimap. The minimap system gives live player tracking on floor plans. You can see the user's position updating in the live data in the lifetime as they move inside the building or outside the building. Second, full circle interactive maps offer touch-enabled floor plan interfaces with direct location selection, showing detailed location data and sensor information. Third, we have coordinate-based teleportation. Enables seamless transition between 2D planning and 3D exploration. Users can click on any location in the 2D interface and instantly teleport to that spot in the 3D environment. Fourth, unified workflow supports both facility management tasks and immersive exploration through a single interface. The innovation here is what is like we have solved the long-standing problem of disconnected 2D and 3D facility management workflows. Traditional systems force users to work in either 2D planning mode or 3D exploration mode. This system seamlessly integrates both, allowing facility managers to use the benefits of each method within a unified experience. And here, this is an example of the code, of the blueprint code for the minimap. In the top, we can see the player tracking. It uses matrix to define the player position and the player orientation. And when the player moves, it updates immediately using Eventic. Eventic is an event in Unreal Engine that updates each frame. And in the middle is the flow detection code. And the down is like to select which flow you want to be. So now let's talk about sensor integration. The sensor integration demonstrates live environmental monitoring within special context. HarborLink API was integrated for temperature, humidity, and CO2 monitoring, and OpenWeather API was integrated for external climate context. The system processes live data feeds using an event-driven design built on Unreal Engine blueprint system. We can see the IoT and weather data widget displaying both indoor sensor and outdoor sensor conditions for Ljubljana. In the top right, we can see them. Giving comprehensive environmental context, the API call implementation shows how we use the first plugin to make efficient HTTP calls and live data processing. The first call is used for the OpenWeather API because it doesn't need like a token to make the call. So it was easy and it was like existing plugin. I didn't need to code anything in C++. And the key innovation is spatial visualization instead of viewing sensor data in abstract dashboards. Users can see environmental data directly within the 3D building context. And this slide shows the IoT workflow. I will explain it fast. So when the user goes inside a room, the home detection manager code detects the event and it sends the room info to the base spawn. The base spawn receives the room event from the home detection manager and extracts the room ID and room information, and it starts the IoT updates. Then the IoT updates and the information is sent to IoT manager. Then the IoT manager generates the API link with timestamps and make the call, and then it returns the sensor data as a JSON code. Then it is sent to the base spawn to extract the data and update the widget. This is just an example. In the left, we can see just an example for generating the link for the call. It's time and data and the text formatting. This is like the first thing. The second thing, when the user exits the room, the room detection manager detects the event and send a trigger to the best point to stop the IoT updates, and then send it to the IoT manager to clear the timer of the updates and clear the widget from the data. Now, VR implementation. The VR implementation has all the same functions as the desktop version, while maintaining smooth performance. I built 3D widgets for special UI elements, optimized the visual pipeline to achieve more than 90 FPS stable, and used multi-platform blueprint design supporting both desktop and VR modes to I'm sorry. This photo shows the VR environment with the Ljubljana weather widget and special data visualization, also with the minimap and orientation inside the classroom. The performance achievement, like more than 90 FPS in the VR is important and crucial, and it's very important for user comfort and facility managers. And this is the results and validation. We can see, so this is the interface, the user interface for the desktop mode, and we can see in the middle bottom the minimap, and in the left top we can see the widget for the data. This area doesn't have any sensors, that's why the indoor sensors is empty. And this is the full screen map interface with clickable zones. When we click on any room or space, we can see in the top right the information and data of that space. And when we press teleport to room, it goes from the 2D interface to the 3D exploration mode. And now inside the class, we have sensors, so we can see the data on the indoor sensors panel. I'm sorry. And this is the VR interface. When you put the glasses, the minimap and the widget, the 3D widget is on the left, but because of the video, it shows in the middle. And we can see the FPS is more than 90, which is comfortable for the users. As we can see. In conclusion, this work definitely answers how game engines technology can help build cost-effective, interactive digital twins connecting virtual and physical building environments. We have shown feasibility, achieved accessibility, validated integration workflows, and established usable foundation for future deployment. This work changes digital twin technology from an expensive solution into an accessible open source capability for organizations worldwide, opening access to advanced facility management capabilities. Looking ahead, immediate extensions include PCF and 360 photos integration. Like these are the most important two for the immediate extensions. And for midterm enhancement, we can include agent-based modeling and simulation and machine learning for helping facility managers. And we can extend the implementation to multi-building support. In the long-term research, we can include and integrate augmented reality integration, AI-assisted facility management, and sustainability analytics. And thank you.
Thank you, Mujade, for the nice presentation. Again, different topic, but also very interesting, and also still up to date because it's for some years that are these different ways of interacting or visualization of information is being investigated, but is still work to cover. And it's always nice to see that our students are trying to push for it. We are a little bit rushed on time, but congratulations for your work. It's very nice. I could ask you the same question if you are sharing your implementation publicly on GitHub or something. I don't know if you are planning to share.
I put my whole code in the thesis report
Okay.
in the appendixes, and I will put it in GitHub, but I need to do some development. I think I will do the 360 for fun, and I will put it in GitHub.
Okay.
360 photos, yeah.
Thank you, because it's always nice to share, not only in the thesis, because it's a little bit hard to copy and to share in GitHub. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
We will move forward. Now the next speaker is here in the room. So she will just present from this computer. Just stand by 1 minute. Okay. Sorry for this slight delay, but now the next speaker is Nawel Salah, and she will speak about AI from quality assurance and quality control in construction, CME's network with triplet lost. So stage is yours.
Great. Okay, I can start. Good morning. My name is Nawel Ben Salah, and I will be presenting my dissertation work entitled AI for QA/QC in Construction using a Siamese network with triplet loss. This work was conducted under the supervision of Professor Helder de Souza and Professor Manuel Parent. So quickly, the presentation outline consists of introducing the global QA/QC challenge, the context of working with the BIM's company, introducing the AI, some AI concepts from ANN to the Siamese network, then presenting the case studies, the results, and then concluding with contributions, limitation, and future work. So traditional QA/QC methods have relied mostly on manual and visual inspections. From the literature review, I focused on two main perspectives. The first one is the digital technologies for QA/QC that showed that despite the progress, it still requires automation, and it still needs intelligent systems. The second perspective is the application of AI to QA/QC, and research shows that this field is largely dominated by deep learning, particularly the CNN and the RNN, due to their performance in image processing. But the conclusion is that there is no single algorithm or network structure that is universally applicable, and each network should be adapted according to the construction challenge. This work was carried out in a collaboration with BIMS. It's a company pioneering in QA/QC automation. And through this collaboration, I had the opportunity to work with a platform called Open Space AI that enables access to imagery from 360 degrees camera, mobile devices, and laser scanners. It enables the alignment between reality and the BIM model. The data that we could extract from this platform defined the objective of this work. So the objectives consist of first to compare the as-built against the as-designed using BIM combined with reality capture. And the focus was on wall panels in a data center project. The second objective is to develop and test an AI model called the Siamese network with triplet loss for image-based comparison. I will briefly introduce some key AI concepts, moving from ANN to the Siamese network. So the ANN is a class of machine learning inspired by the biological neurons. It allows a nonlinear learning to capture complex patterns. The CNN, or convolutional neural network, is a specialized type of ANN that works on grid-structured data, such as images, with multiple convolutional layers. It extracts features from images, and this CNN will be the backbone of the model of the case study. The Siamese network is an architecture of comparison of pairs of inputs. It takes actually the pair of inputs and decides whether they are similar or not. And it uses two identical subnetworks. In this case study, it will be the CNN. The triplet loss is an extension of the Siamese network, and it's a training strategy. I will explain more that in the case study. So instead of using 2 inputs, it will use 3. In this case study, the 3 inputs consist of an anchor that is the site image, a positive that is the corresponding image from the BIM model, and the negative that is generated by shuffling site and BIM models. So the process globally relies on triplet loss function that encourages the model to bring similar images closer together while pushing dissimilar ones farther apart. The workflow of the Siamese model, so it starts with setting up the environment by importing necessary libraries and defining the size of images. Libraries are for dataset management, for handling and visualization, the CNN backbone needed for extraction features, and the Siamese for training. Second step is the data preparation. The following one is building the model, training, and then accuracy evaluation. So the data preparation, as explained, consists of 3 inputs. The model loads the dataset, which is already organized in folders, and automatically creates the triplets. The first one is the anchor, the positive, and the negative. So it creates the triplets and visualize them for verification. The second step is to convert images into vectors using the CNN model. Each image actually passes through the CNN backbone. It converts it into a feature vector. This is the process called convolution. It combines the 2 processes, the convolutional and the embedding process. The convolutional process is for extraction features, and the embedding is to transform them into vector used for measuring similarity. During this phase of measuring similarity, the model computes the square distance between anchor positive and anchor negative, and this process is called the triplet loss. The loss values actually determine how much the model is failing to keep positives close and negatives far. So the values are expected to be closer to 0. And here what the model displays. The general impression is already positive, since the values are all of them close to 0. The model goes through 10 epochs using the triplet loss values. It means it goes through the whole data set 10 times, and it calculates the training loss, which means it goes, the model is learning from the data. It uses 80% of the whole data set. The validation loss is when the model is testing on unseen data. It means it keeps 20% of the data set to show how well the model generalizes to new data. One thing that should be checked here is the overfitting. It is actually a negative indication that says that the model is memorizing the training data instead of learning general patterns. Overfitting occurs when the training loss decreases while the validation increases. So when we visualize the values of the tables on a graph, we notice that there is an instability in the training in the early epochs. For example, in the second epoch, the training, we see a peak on the training loss. Another spike occurs in the validation loss, occurs at the epoch number 6, which shows a fluctuation in validation behavior. So we can say that there is an inconsistent validation. We can also say that the training loss keeps going down while the validation loss sometimes spikes, which can indicate that a risk of overfitting is still present. But overall, the model appears to learn quickly. It shows some unstable validation performance with a strong possibility that the small data set size is the underlying cause. So because we made the training in the beginning on 50 triplets of images, we increased them to 100 and we made the training again. After increasing the data set, we noticed that both training and validation loss dropped significantly in the first epochs from epoch 1 to epoch 4. There is a slight instability or sensitivity from epoch 5 to epoch 8. But for example, by epoch 10, both losses are again very low. We can say that the model has fit the data well, as there is no obvious sign of overfitting. Maybe the instability from epoch 5 to epoch 8 can be due to some occlusions in the data. But both losses follow the same trend, which may indicate that the model is generalizable. And there is no clear evidence of overfitting. It is always good to visualize the data set for verification. So the final step is to calculate the accuracy evaluation, is for easier evaluation of the results. Accuracy is the number of correct predictions divided by the total number of predictions. Before increasing the data set, we noticed that there is a gap that could highlight overfitting or the limitation of and the limited generalization capacity that can be due to the small data set size. After increasing the data set, the values of training accuracy and validation accuracy are very close, and with a slight drop that is even desirable, as it suggests that the model generalizes reasonably well to new unseen data. The contributions of this work we can say that it has a potential in comparing as built and as designed imagery. It has a potential for automating QA/QC as it reduces manual and visual effort. It minimizes efforts and delays in QA/QC processes. The limitations of this work is that the dataset creation is manual and is time consuming. It still depends on image quality and alignment. The dataset size is also still critical. So the larger dataset reduces overfitting risks. For future work, we suggest to expand dataset, including specific cases like ceilings with MEP components, because in this case we worked on wall panels. We can go for a more specific dataset. We can integrate this model with digital twins or BIM-based QA/QC workflows. And we could also explore object detection using other architecture for using other deep learning architectures to detect discrepancies between as-designed BIM models and as-built site images. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Noel, for the nice presentation. You can stay a little bit, because I think we have time for one question. I incentivize people to make questions on the chat. People are a little bit shy, but if people are shy, and because with YouTube is some seconds of delay, I need to wait if people make questions. Either way, I can move forward with the first question that I will do to you. and it's about how the thesis operates, because you had a lot of interaction with the companies. From what I understood, that you were working with BIMs and also with a software company that developed the software. But you didn't probably work with the company, you just worked with the software. But my question is, how you felt this collaboration enhanced your work, developed, especially the collaboration that you had with BIM's company? Can you comment on that?
The collaboration actually was with BIMS, and I worked on their platform called Open Space AI. Actually, it was a great opportunity to explore, to see that there are new technologies implemented in the QA/QC, and that helped a lot in thinking about going further in implementing new technologies related to AI. But already they are the platform that they are using already is cutting edge, is using cutting edge technologies I mean, computer vision for using the 360 degrees cameras.
Yes. It's very interesting, and I think it's the future. I don't know if anyone wants to make questions, but I don't see it, because also we are on top of the time. Thank you again, Noel. We can then move forward to the next presenter. Sorry, just changing here again the computer. So the next presenter will be online. So I'm just introducing him. It will not be possible to be online. So it will be Memari Armin, and I will show the presentation that he pre-recorded, and we can all watch together. Okay, I will share screen, and I hope that you are seeing, and let's go.
Hello everyone, this is Armin, and
sorry, I need to share the sound. It's shared. Okay, it's perfect.
in this part we will have a discussion about my research entitled A Bidirectional Framework for BIM and Agent-Based Models in Building Energy Simulation, under the supervision of Professor Luca Pajek and co-supervision of Professor Ilaria Pigliotille. Starting with the problem statement, the current challenge is that buildings consume 40% of global energy and are responsible for 36% of carbon dioxide emissions. So it means that we need to think about the energy efficiency and building performance simulation carefully. The issue is that fixed occupancy schedules and BIM models create significant performance gaps between predicted and actual energy uses. This causes some discrepancies between simulated and real energy consumptions, and the solution is that we need to transit from fixed schedules to dynamic schedules through ABM simulation. Continuing with research questions, first we need to know how human behavior affects the buildings. This impact can be environmental factors like heat gains or occupants' desirable temperatures, time-related factors like operating schedules, contextual factors like functionality or usage of the building, the physiological factors like metabolic rates, social factors or psychological factors like interactions between agents, and random factors, the movement or collision of the agents. Now, with having this in mind, this study tries to answer 3 questions regarding BIM ABM integration. Question number 1 is that how we can automate data exchange between BIM and ABM while maintaining data integrity. Question number 2, what are the most effective approaches for automating this process? It means the integration process. And question number 3 is how do ABM affect building energy simulation? The major research objective for this study is the transition from fixed schedule to dynamic schedule in order to enhance building energy simulation. In this diagram, you can see in the BIM model for buildings with identical functions, a single schedule is applied and the simulation will follow that single schedule. But after implementing ABM, for every single space, we can have specific operating schedules, although they are the same in type. In order to this implementation, we need to develop a bidirectional integration framework between BIM and ABM platforms. We need to automate data exchange processes and also quantify the impact of ABM-derived occupancy data on energy simulation results. BIM ABM data exchange as a round trip is illustrated in the following flowchart, which is split into 4 parts, starting with BIM model, continuing with building performance simulation and agent-based modeling, and the data reintegration phase. Starting with the baseline BIM model with fixed occupancy schedule, we do the initial building energy simulation and import the file as an IFC file to direct import platforms and reconstructed environment platforms in ABM, which we will discuss about it later. And continue with the direct import platform, we will have an output as a CSV file for our dynamic schedule. And through PyRevit and IronPython, we can enhance the BIM model to an updated BIM model and do the secondary building energy simulation, and the comparison between the initial and the secondary energy simulation will be the impact of agent-based modeling on BIM and this reintegration in general. This slide illustrates the case study which contains some permanent spaces like enclosed offices, open offices, and dependent spaces like service areas, and also occasional spaces like meeting rooms. The problem for fixed schedules to dynamic schedules in order to have a precise building energy simulation. In this slide, we're going to discuss about how is the data flow from BIM to ABM. We have 2 kinds of ABM platforms, reconstructed environment platforms and direct import platforms. Starting with the BIM model, through interoperability, which is IFC file, we need to have a middleware to translate the data from IFC to ABM reconstructed environment platform through IFC OpenShell and Shapely libraries, or directly import the IFC file into direct import platforms, in this case is MassMotion, and do the simulations according to agents. For this data integration, IFC space is the key element and plays the main role since it has all the information needed in this integration, including geometric information like location or orientations, spatial relationships like bounding elements, functional properties like intended usage of the building or spaces, the technical attributes like environmental conditions, performance data like schedules, and metadata like unique identifiers for interoperability. Now, by exporting the IFC file and through the Python and two libraries, as mentioned, IFC OpenShell and Shapely, we can generate a user interface which extracts all the spaces from BIM model, and the user can select the desired spaces inside the BIM model and run and export the CSV file to generate a CSV boundary coordinates. To validate the coordinates and their placements, there are also two extra tools like export DXF from CSV and re-import the modified DXF. In the next slide, we can see how this DXF helps us to validate our coordinates. All the visualized elements has the corresponding layers in CAD tools. Thanks to this option, the user can make sure all the coordinates are perfectly placed and modify it if needed. The revised DXF file can be re-imported to the user interface, and we can rerun the tool to create a revised CSV boundary coordinates. Generally, in order to define the movement environment for occupants inside NetLogo or reconstructed environment platform, the user needs to manually remodel it. But with this automation, the model can be imported inside the platform while keeping the data integrity. And these elements will play the boundary roles and define the walkable area for the occupants. This data flow from BIM to reconstructed environment platform is just for proof of concept in this study, and the main integration workflow will be accomplished by direct import platform. All these elements are recognizable based on their attributes inside the direct import platform, in this case, mass motion. For example, IFC walls define the barriers that the agents cannot pass through them, while the agents can easily pass through the IFC doors inside this model. On the left panel, you can see all the families, corresponding families for all the elements that are imported inside the environment. As an output for agent-based modeling simulation, we can see not necessarily all the identical spaces have the same agents count. For example, in this case, we can see two spaces, open offices here and here. Although they have identical space types, but they have different occupancy presence schedules because of their variations in dimension and their adjacency with other spaces in this building. The final output of this simulation will be a CSV schedule file containing the occupants count inside a specific space demonstrated with its IFC GUID in normalized percentages. Having a comprehensive look at this integration process, the flowchart demonstrates a 5-layer integration workflow. Starting with layer 1, which is BIM preparation, we have the baseline BIM model, and we do the initial energy simulation in Carbon Insight inside the Revit. And then at the same time, we export the BIM model as an IFC file and import it to the ABM simulation platform, which is Mass Motion. After the simulation, we will have an output as a CSV file schedule. And in layer 4 is our data integration with Revit. And we can enhance the Revit model to the updated dynamic schedule. And by this schedule, we can have the enhanced energy simulation. And the last layer, which is comparative analysis, will be the comparison between these two energy simulations to know the impact of agent-based modeling in implementation inside Revit. Having a detailed look at this process, with PyRevit, we can create a new tab. And in this tab, we have one tool named Operating Schedule Updater. By running this tool, we can extract all the spaces inside BIM model and select the desired spaces. With loading the CSV file, which is the output of agent-based simulation, we can see the information about all the spaces, selected spaces. On the first 4 lines are we can see the BIM attributes. The lower part is dedicated to ABM outputs, and the middle part is our identifier, which links these two data to each other. Once the user confirms the duplications for space types and occupancy schedules, and also creating the day schedules for the desired spaces, we can see our space types formerly were just unified for all the identical spaces, but after duplication, every single space has its own space type. The result of this data entry integration is shown in this schedule setting inside the BIM model. On the left side, you can see the year schedules, which are specifically for each space are separated. And in the right side, you can see the normalized percentages, which are derived from the ABM simulation and implemented here inside this schedule setting. Having a detailed look at these occupancy schedules, you can see on the left side there is a common office occupancy schedule, which are the same for all the identical spaces and is implemented for all the spaces with the same space type. But in the right side, for each space, after implementing the ABM simulation results inside Revit, we can see for each space we have separated normalized percentages for occupancy presence. This ABM simulation integration also affects the external energy simulation. So for extended interoperability for energy simulation, we will see that GBXML files also affected by this implementation. For example, on the left side, you can see the fixed schedule for common office occupancies that is dedicated to all the identical spaces. But in the right side, after the implementing agent-based modeling simulation, we will have different occupancy schedules for every single space. So we also can have a precise simulation externally outside Revit. The final outcome for this study is a comparative analysis between energy simulation with fixed schedule and energy simulation with dynamic schedule. In the table, you can see the differences between static and dynamic key parameter indicators and the minus 9.3% changes in annual energy use intensity and minus 8.6% change in operational carbon emission. And finally, as a future expectations, we can validate our data with the real-world sensors inside the buildings, and also we can test the scalability of the workflow for other types of buildings in different scales. Thank you so much for your attention, and for further discussions or questions, you can be in touch with me through the email provided in this slide.
Okay, so this was the presentation. Unfortunately, we cannot have the student here to respond questions, but we can then, we are on schedule. We can move to the last presentation. The last presentation will be done by Maria Clara with the topic optimization of site measurement reports through BIM integration and collaboration at the construction site. So stage is yours. Whenever you want, you can start. You are muted, just to. Okay, now we are hearing.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So good morning. My name is Clara. I'm an architect, and in order to provide some context for this presentation, I will start by outline my professional journey during the past years. So in 2015, after having collaborated with several design offices, I joined the Portuguese construction company, Gabriel Couto. And from 2015 to 2021, I was providing support to the tender department in this company. So in 2021, within the company's strategy for innovation and digital transition, I was given the challenge to implement BIM in the company. And from 2021 to the present moment, I've been implementing the methodology and testing some tools and processes. And I've been also facing some challenges, namely the lack of specialized training by the teams, the resistance to adoption, and also some technological barriers. So in 2024, I found myself in the position that I thought to myself that I should seek for some specialized guidance, which ultimately brought me here to the BIM A Plus program. And finally, with this dissertation, I saw the perfect opportunity to stop and assess the BIM implementation that has been taking place during the past 4 years. So I will start by providing some context. Then I will explain the methodology that was used. Then I will explain the implementation. And then I will end with some conclusions. We are already in the context. So I will, moving to the problem definition. This study was motivated by two fundamental problems. The first one is kind of transversal to all the construction companies, and the second one is more inherent to the company Gabriel Couto. Starting with the first one, this is a problem related with the progress payments. So in construction projects, and in order to avoid financial constraints, the payments are made on a monthly basis, namely the payments from the project owner to the main contractor and from the main contractor to his subcontractors. Also, these progress payments are based on a very specific document that is called on-site measurement reports. So, although this is not a standardized workflow, this is the most adopted process in order to carry out these progress payments. So the process starts with the creation of the on-site measurement report by the main contractor. Then the main contractor sends this document to the supervision, who is representing the project owner on site. And if the supervision validates the surveyed quantities on the field, the main contractor shall then issue an IPC, which is an interim payment certificate, and within a period of 30 days, the project owner shall pay the main contractor and the main contractor shall pay his subcontractors. What happens in practice is that the period that goes from the issuance of on-site measurement report to the issuance of the IPC is a period marked by a lot of disagreements over the quantities that were surveyed on the field, and also marked by a great uncertainty. Moreover, the preparation of these documents is a process, remains being a manual task that is carried out with the support of traditional surveying tools and revealing itself as a very time-consuming and error-prone practice, leading and originating inefficiencies, disputes, and ultimately the lack of trust between the different stakeholders. So, in this scenario, BIM emerges as a very transformative solution by making it by enabling the automated and accurate extraction of quantities from the BIM model, and making it possible to capture the data directly on site and integrating into this data into the digital model. So at this moment, a second problem arises, and this problem is related with the lack of digital skills by the field teams. So this problem is the BIM adoption gap between the site team and the BIM department, and this is a problem, again, inherent to our company at this present moment. So, once the problem was clearly defined, it was established that the solution should consist of the design and validation of a field-oriented BIM workflow for Gabriel Couto construction sites by integrating on these workflows the preparation of monthly on-site measurement reports. So it was defined that it should be identify a tool capable of capture and submit the progress data directly from the field by enabling site technicians to navigate and interact with BIM models without having deep knowledge or deep training on BIM software. It was also established, and in order to ensure an efficient interoperability between the different systems that are used in the workflow, that the solution should be based on the adoption of open BIM standards. So preference was given to the use of the IFC model for model IFC format for model exchange, the IDS for model quality assurance, and the use of BCF as the communication protocol for information exchange. And finally, it was established that it should be adopted a classification system for the construction works in order to standardize the information that is being exchanged between the different teams. So now that the context was provided, I will explain the methodology used. So despite the practical nature of this study and its close connection to the professional practice within the Gabriel Couto company, the study was grounded on a theoretical framework provided first by a consistent literature review and then by a methodological design that followed three sequential and complementary steps, starting with an initial diagnosis. So interviews, questionnaires, and observations were conducted on site, collecting the perceptions, the needs, and the barriers on site teams when it comes to BIM adoption. This was followed by the process mapping phase. So the existing workflows that are used to create the on-site measurement reports were documented. And over these workflows, an improved workflow was designed. And finally, this improved workflow was tested on a prototype on the validation phase. Additionally, some methodological principles were adopted. I already outlined the use and the preference given to the use of open BIM standards. Also, the second one is related with a minimal customization made to the BIM model, made from the authoring tool, which is Revit in case, limiting tool-specific dependencies to avoid vendor lock-in. So both of these combined led to a third principle related with sustainability and scalability, ensuring that the proposed solution can be replicated, extended, and adapted across different projects and contexts. So, in order to study the evolution of the creation of the document on-site measurement reports, this evolution was systematized by designing 4 different workflows. The first one, the traditional model, is a workflow that doesn't use BIM to create these documents. The second, the as-is model, is a workflow that uses BIM for the same purpose. The third one, the 2B model, represents the intended solution of the study and represents an improvement over the as-is model. And finally, the ultimate target model represents an optimized solution and is an improvement over the 2B model. So the first two are workflows and processes that are in place at the moment, at the time of the study, while the latest two are intended to be implemented in the future. Starting with a traditional model, I will use horizontal swim lanes to represent the departments involved in the process. And as we can see here, in the traditional model, the construction site and the financial department are a part of this process. So the start in here represents the beginning of the construction itself, with the project manager collecting all the project data and all the project documentation and preparing the basis for the future measurement reports. Then, every month, the site agent goes to the site and performs the surveying on the work progress and task completion. Then, this surveying is made with the support of traditional surveying tools. Then the site agent records these surveyings and these quantities on a paper, and then goes to his office and transcribes the field data to an Excel file or any other kind of format. When the report is ready, the site agent sends this document for the project manager, who will then send it to the supervision, and then the workflow moves to the financial phase. So this model has certain limitations, namely the manual data collection and transcription originates errors, omissions, and duplications, and the fact there is no integration with a digital bill of quantities, meaning that there is no automated way of checking if the surveyed quantities are accurate or not. So, although this traditional model is still in place in many construction projects of the company, many of the measurement reports are already created with the help of and the support of the BIM department by integrating in the process the BIM model. So, with the integration of the BIM model, some critical steps of the previous workflow are eliminated from the process, namely the steps related with the manual surveying and transcription of data, and the inputs are given to the BIM model by the site agent and the BIM specialist. So the site agent guides the BIM specialist through the model, and it is now the BIM specialist who gives the inputs to the BIM model. So, and then after this giving the inputs to the model, the BIM specialist will perform an automated quantity takeoff, sending then the quantity takeoff to the project manager, and the process returns to the traditional model. While, in fact, some critical issues from the previous workflow are eliminated, new critical steps arise, and they are related mostly with the duplication of efforts, since a task that it was first and previously handled by just one person on site is now handled by two, the BIM specialist and the site agent, creating a high dependency on the BIM department. So the 2B model was designed to overcome these limitations, and the 2B model now integrates a new tool. It's a custom digital environment, which was named the KeyTrack app. This application makes it possible to integrate site activities and site teams into the BIM ecosystem. So now, three structural steps, structural and innovative steps are now integrated in the process. The first one is carried out by the BIM manager, The second one is carried out from the site with the site agent updating the data that was collected, previously collected, updating the data directly on the application. And on the third step, the process goes back to the BIM department with the BIM specialist extracting this data from the application. So two of the critical issues, previous issues, were eliminated. And now I will explain how these three steps were implemented on the validation phase. And they were tested on a very small sample that it was taken from an existing building. The sample, the idealized scenario consists of three structural columns, and these structural columns are 100% complete for the works of cast in place, reinforcement steel and formwork. While there are also a part of the sample, the two beams are 100% completed for the works of reinforcement steel and formwork, but the work of cast in place concrete has not started yet for the beams. So the first step consists of configuring and setting up the database of this application it is made from on the back end by the BIM manager. In here, we can see the front end of this application exhibiting two different view modes, the 3D view mode and the 2D view mode. And it was integrated on this application, and in order to standardize the data entries, digital forms were integrated in this tool. These digital forms contain two fields, the activity field and the completion field. So these are not text-free entries. On the contrary, these are predefined fields with controlled vocabularies and values. So for the completion field, only numeric values from 0 to 100, corresponding to the status, to the progress of the work, will be accepted. While for the activity field, only very specific values will be accepted, and these values are related with the code that in turn is related with the classification system that was implemented. And the classification system adopted was the WBS from Building Smart Portugal. And in order to comply with the hierarchy of this taxonomy, the IFC properties that were taken into account were the IFC class or entity, the global unique identifier, load bearing, and casting method. So, okay, in order to to enable the backend of the application to retrieve the correct WBS code, a Python script was created, and this Python script will map and link the model elements to the correct WBS code. On the first stage, the script loads both the IFC model and the Excel reference that contains the WBS codes. Then on stage 1, the concrete elements will be grouped under 4 different categories, and these categories are related with the casting method. Then the elements will be appended to 4 different dictionaries that are sorted by the key casting method, and on stage 2, the casting method will be mapped to the correct WBS code. And finally, on stage 3, the WBS, the correct GUID of the model elements are linked to the correct WBS code. So in here we can see the digital form. So when the backend is duly prepared for this, when we select a model element, The activity field will display 3 possible values to fulfill this field. The first one in here for this column is related with the work of reinforcement for columns. The second is related with the work of formwork, and the third one is related with the work of cast in place concrete for columns. So now the database is configured. The site agent can update the data from site by fulfilling these 2 fields. Another relevant functionality of the digital form is that the automated creation of the BCF title by concatenating both fields, activity field and completion field. So what we can see in here is that now that the site agent has created the different BCF topics, the application generated these titles, and these titles contain the information related to the progress of the tasks and the kind of tasks. So the last and third and last step, as I previously stated, now the process goes back to the BIM department, and the BIM specialist shall extract this information from the application via BCF and write this information into the BIM model into Revit. So at this point, the Dynamo script was created for this purpose, and the Dynamo script also makes it possible to maintain the historic, the record, the historic of the different BCF topics that were created over time for one model element, and the different BCF topics generated are labeled with a letter A, always corresponding to the last entry. So in this example, we can see, for example, for the structural BIM, the first topic, the last topic created corresponds to the task of the cast in place concrete, 100% completed, while the topic labeled with the letter B was created on a moment when this work wasn't started yet. Then all of this is outputted to Excel. In here we can see the results on Excel, and this is the final measurement report. So now that the implementation was explained, I will end with some conclusions. So what is intended in the future with the ultimate target workflow is that the third step, and as we can see, this is still the to-be model. There is a high concentration of tasks being carried out on the BIM department, and the intention in the future is that the quantity takeoff is made from site by the site agent and from this application, from the KeyTrack app. So as a conclusion, we can say that digital maturity in construction is not achieved by technology alone, but instead by enhancing the usability and accessibility of these digital tools for site teams and all the teams involved in the process. This is an inspirational quote that I always keep in my mind, and I think it relates with BIM very much. So thank you, and this is it.
Thank you. Thank you, Clara, for the very nice presentation. We can still take 1 or 2 questions. I don't know if anyone in the audience want to pose questions. I'm a little bit biased to make questions in here because I was quite involved in the work. But I can just make a generic question. Is related to the thing that you said in the end about the digital transition. I know that you made a survey about what the people in construction site, that is probably the point where it's harder to transition for digital solutions. What is the most critical points that they raise all the time?
Regarding the professionals on site, those were the ones that I surveyed. So I think honestly the most critical issue is related with a lack of time. So I was surprised with the result of the surveyings, since they manifest, the site professionals manifest a certain enthusiasm with the BIM tools, but in a general way, we can state that they claim that the softwares available are still very complex, and the complexity regards time and training, and they don't have neither time to have this proper training. So I would say that in order to carry out this consistent digital transition in a construction company, the main, I think the companies shall stop and think about tools that are user-friendly, so that these teams can participate on the BIM ecosystem.
Okay, thank you. Yes, it's a not easy process, because everyone is with a very huge lack of time to learn. So that's the problem. Okay, so thank you again, Clara. I think we can end now this session. Thank you for all the speakers that were involved in this session. And now we have a lunch break for the ones that are not in Europe. Now is lunchtime in Europe, so we stop and we come back in the scheduled time. Okay, so see you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are here for the second afternoon of our conference. This section will have 4 presentations, and we start with the first one. That the first work will be presented by, I'm sorry if I butcher the name, Vladislav Molotov. It's about gamification in BIM, a framework to motivate design teams and enhance coordination efficiency. Vladislav, you have 15 minutes for your presentation, and then we will have 5 minutes for questions. I would like to ask everyone who has a question to send it in the YouTube live. Please don't let it for the end of the presentation because we have some delay and sometimes we can see the questions, but that's it. You can start now, please.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Mhm. So, dear members of the BIM A Plus conference, colleagues, today I will present my dissertation on how gamification mechanics can be systematically integrated into BIM processes and BIM coordination at the design stage to increase team motivation and make coordination more transparent. First, about the basic concepts. By gamification, I mean the purposeful application of game mechanics and game thinking to engage people and solve tasks in non-game context. This definition is established in academic literature and serves as the starting point for my review. Gamification surrounds us everywhere, in sports, medicine, services, and more. In our professional context, it's also possible, which my work confirms. If we move from the general to the AEC industry and BIM practice, the picture is as follows. In recent years, interest in gamification at the design stage has grown, but publications are fragmented and systematic long-term studies are rare. Against this background, applied developments showing practical applicability and sustainable integration into teamwork are especially valuable. Successful gamification in BIM depends on several conditions. Mechanics must rely on observable, verifiable events, and feedback must be regular and clear. The effect strengthens when goals are transparent, rules clear, and recognition fair. The initial problem addressed by this dissertation is simple and typical for design teams. Even with BIM, difficulties remain, ensuring compliance with requirements and standards, resolving clashes on time, meeting deadlines, and communicating effectively. BIM coordinators face a high workload and closed-loop feedback is often missing. So I set the aim of this work to develop a gamification framework for design stage coordination that increases motivation, makes coordination more transparent, and strengthens execution discipline. The study follows a clear structure. The introduction defines the subject, formulates the problem, goals, and methodology. The literature review identifies challenges in applying gamification to BIM and extracts principles from related fields. The methodology connects the practical problems of participants with the formation of the gamification framework. A case study illustrates one of the developed tools. Finally, the conclusion summarizes results, practical implications, limitations, and directions for further development. This structure reflects the logic from identifying pain points to mechanics and data, from data to visualization and managed feedback. Now to the methodology. First, I compiled a problem map covering the issues faced by project participants, compliance with the requirements, coordination delays, decreased engagement due to routine, communication gaps between teams and with the client. I linked each problem to metrics, data sources, and candidate mechanics. Second, I selected a basic set of mechanics, points, badges, levels, weekly leaderboards, and progress bars. And third, I choose Microsoft Power BI as a platform for visualization and implementation. This allowed me to focus more on mechanics design, calculation logic, and reward conditions without learning new software. Finally, I prepared two-level instructions for users, designers, and for coordinators, primarily BIM managers, to enable straightforward testing and integration. Next, about the framework. The portfolio of dashboards covers different aspects of coordination. The first one, the project approval processes dashboard A1, transparency of document flow and approval statuses. The BIM Challenge AI quizzes dashboard, quizzes on standards. This builds a culture of continuous knowledge updating. The team request client response game or dashboard requests to the client's team. The life cycle, delays, and responsiveness are visible. Team request, team response game, inter-team requests. The system shows who waits more often, who delays, and where bottlenecks appear. And the last two, C3 dashboard, contributions of disciplines and individuals, shares of delays, redesigns, and personal points with leaderboards. These tools complement each other, capturing behavior at the levels of individuals, teams, and external interactions. And the last one, the BIM Clash gamification dashboard. I'm going to focus on this case a bit more. This dashboard demonstrates the full cycle and can already be implemented with existing tools. The data flow works as follows. Detected clashes are exported in BCF format, converted to CSV, and synchronized on the project server into two databases. Resolved solutions declared by designers and closed closures confirmed by the coordinator. Points are awarded only for clashes that designers resolved in Revit, passed automated check-in in Navisworks, and were closed by the BIM coordinator. This triple confirmation creates reliability. Revit, Navisworks, and BIM Collab provide the data flow, and then CSV files are loaded into Power BI, where mechanics are activated automatically. For demonstration, I selected 7 clashes from one of the checks. Users trace the path from clash detection in Navisworks through resolution in Revit and marking as resolved to validation and final close status. This mini set shows how a raw coordination signal becomes a transparent and motivating performance indicator. This dashboard answers practical questions for both designers and coordinators. KPIs show clashes closed by the coordinator, unresolved ones, and those accepted for awarding points. Priorities matter. Critical clashes give 3 points, normal 2 points, and minor 1. Progress in points is tracked weekly. Leaderboards compare individuals and disciplines. Progress bar visualizes the path to the next level. Tables display points, badges, current level, and weekly medalists. The system tells users not only what they achieved, but also what to do to reach the new badge or level. I also want to highlight the motivational organizational side. The weekly cycle creates rhythm and an action mindset. Participants clearly see how their efforts convert into points and statuses. Leaderboards make contributions visible, while levels and badges turn routine clash resolution into achievable steps. For coordinators, the need for manual reminders decreases because the objective indicators highlight where help or task redistribution is needed. Automated fact recording combined with the structured feedback builds a culture of responsibility. It is important to say why use Power BI, because successful gamification must be complete, expressive, and easy to use. My goal was not to develop a commercial software, but to design mechanics and data system. So for these purposes, Power BI is sufficient. Moreover, its widespread use ensures that most design teams see it as familiar and accessible, not something complex. It is important to emphasize practical implementation. For each identified problem, I proposed a solution in the form of a gamification dashboard in Power BI with defined datasets, interactions, scenarios, and instructions. Guidance for end users and coordinators keeps attention focused on relevant actions. These systems can be integrated into current processes without restructuring existing workflow. The choice of C1 dashboard as a case shows that implementation is possible today using available tools. To summarize, the framework provides both operational and cultural effects. Operationally, it increases transparency and speeds up problem resolution. Culturally, it raises engagement, strengthens discipline, and builds responsibility. Motivational mechanics must be updated regularly. New badges, rules, and milestones keep interest alive. Looking at the contribution, theoretically, the dissertation demonstrates how to integrate gamification systematically into BIM processes at the design stage, from problem identification to KPIs, from mechanics to visualization and feedback. At the applied level, I propose a framework with dashboards and instructions compatible with the existing platforms and workflows. The key conclusion is that technology creates infrastructure, but long-term results come from shaping behavior and building responsibility. And in conclusion, I'd like to tell about future developments that, in my opinion, go in several directions. Conducting larger scale case studies with different design teams to test universality, long-term observations to see if motivation remains over months and years, systematic feedback collection from designers, coordinators, and managers to refine mechanics, integration with web and mobile platform to make the system more accessible in daily work. Applying artificial intelligence to create adaptive feedback, identifying risks in advance, and guiding effort for maximum effect. So I think this is it from me. Thank you for your attention. If you have some questions, please ask.
Thank you, Vladislav, for the nice presentation. It's really current and interesting topic that I think it's really nice to have discussed it here. As we don't have any questions in the chat, I will start with one regarding this slide that you have there, directions for future work. When you speak about the long-term engagement, do you think that it's necessary to create strategies to assure that the teams are motivated long-term in using these gamification tools? And also, do you think that is this necessary to create or to use some metrics and indicators to evaluate the results of using these tools? It's basically two questions in one, but
Yes. As I understood correctly, about the first question, do we need really long-term observations? Is it correct? Or what? I didn't understand the question.
It's
Probably.
regarding that. Do you think that you need strategies, different strategies from what you have researched so far?
Yes.
So,
All right. Yeah, of course, for good integration in our existing processes, we need to guarantee that all results can exist. We need a long-term observation that can show that everything works correctly, that we have this methodology is working, and for these purposes, we should do a big job. Okay.
okay. And regarding the metrics and indicators to understand how well the strategies like the gamification tools are working, did you look into that? It's something for the future? How did you evaluate like the effects of implementing these methodologies?
Yes, to evaluate these gamification tools, we need much more time that I had, and we need to test it in with several teams. So for real test, I didn't have enough time, and some people who really can test it. All that I showed you here was by only from my side, that I was like all team. I was a manager. I was a and it is really hard to show that these indicators can work correctly. The motivational aspect is real here because I'm all the team.
Okay.
And it is like for the development or future work.
That's okay. The framework, it's really well built, nevertheless. So it's sure for the next steps, this will be important. But thank you very much. We don't have more questions. So I appreciate your presentation, and I hope I wish you all the success in your next steps. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So we are moving to our second presentation. Our speaker is Usman Haider, and he will talk about robotic fabrication and BIM integration for 3D concrete printed facades in modular construction. Usman, please, whenever you wish, you can start sharing your screen and starting your presentation. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Is my presentation visible?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. So my name's Usman Haider, and the topic of my thesis is robotic fabrication and BIM integration for 3D concrete printed facades in modular construction. This presentation will work in 6 different chapters, which kind of represents the flow of my thesis. Firstly, the context and problem. Right now, the construction industry is under a lot of pressure for creating sustainable products and to increase productivity. There's also a problem that resources, like to handle resources more efficiently. Traditionally, like formwork based construction, although like it's like well established, but it has some limitations, which is like it's a lot of resource demanding, it's labor demanding, and in some cases the construction is geometrically constrained as well. That's where 3D printing concrete has like started off as a disruptive manufacturing process, like with the potential to reshape like both the structural and the non-structural applications within the AEC sector. However, like the current workflow is fragmented between like these four how do you say subsectors, which is like computational design, material science, robotic control, and BIM, which is leading to like a lack of feedback loop between design and BIM fabrication, and eventually lost efficiency and no traceability of the production itself. So the aim is to develop like an integrated DFMA workflow for all of these four components and to create an ecosystem for computational design environment, robotic fabrication, and BIM coordination. The primary focus that I took was facade panel design, in which I looked forward for aesthetics, the performance of the facades itself, and the printability. The research questions that I started off was that how can reinforcement strategies in print geometry be optimized to enhance this entire process, and what role can BIM play in enabling like interoperability, traceability of the parameters, and how to manage the life cycle of this entire fabrication process. And like lastly, how can parametric scripting and robotic like toolpath generation be merged to enable design flexibility while maintaining fabrication constraints? The main research aspects that I like worked on was 3D CP foundations, parametric design, facade design, and BIM integration. In 3D CP foundations, the things that I like mainly focused was the different print methodologies, how can mixes be optimized, and how this entire process can be like sustainable. And in parametric design, that how can those parameters be rule-based for enabling like a fabrication-ready workflow, so that we don't have to redesign a product uh, for the fabrication process itself. And thirdly, like how toolpaths can be optimized, which is like linear being like more efficient, non-linear allowing us like more texture and shading. In facade design, the main thing was that how can modularity for prefabrication be achieved, and how geometry driven design can like support like self-supporting forms and to enable shading and stuff like that. And eventually, how can the facade be performance ready? And eventually, the BIM integration like sector being like how can database be used less as like a passive thing, more like an active fabrication control? How can all of these parameters be enabled in the entire digital twin framework? The gaps that currently exist are that there's a lack of integrated design to fabrication framework. There's an underdeveloped modularity strategies for like these facades. There's limited exploration of the performance within these facades. And BIM is right now, as in other fields as well, it's being used as like a passive database rather than as a active fabrication control. And eventually interoperability bottlenecks they do occur whenever the geometry becomes more complex. The focus pillars for this thesis were 3D concrete printing, parametric scripting, BIM integration, and eventually prototyping and feedback. The software setup that I used was Rhino 8, used with Grasshopper. This was sending information and instructions to the robot. And using Rhino inside Revit, I was transferring all of this data within like a Revit framework. The setup and workflow was that I was using a KUKA KR120 robot. The print parameters that were used was there was a 15 to 20 millimeter nozzle diameter, and there was a varying speed of 100 to 200 millimeter per second. The constraints that we used for the facade was 1 by 1 by 1.2. This came out from like the literature insights. There were two workflows developed. The first one being Rhino to 3D CP to Revit, in which there's a family created in Rhino or Grasshopper, and which is sent directly to KUKA 3D printing. And using Rhino inside Revit, this is made into a Revit family, which eventually is used in a Revit project connected with like the Autodesk Construction Cloud. And the other way is to take an existing Revit family and using Rhino inside Revit, converting it into Rhino geometry, and then printing it and eventually feeding all of the data back into the Revit framework. A total of three types of printing were like researched on and like just digitally simulated. The first one was top-down flatbed printing, the second was modular printing, and the third being printing on a non-planar surface. A total of five modular profiles were created. All of them are developed like in a different methodology, but due to lack of the style interlocking logistics, this was not taken forward, and this was discussed between the industry partner, which was BlueFab. So eventually, the top-down printing was selected, and these six different initial designs were developed. These are all driven in different geometrical patterns. Within within these six, these three were finally selected for like creating the next steps. The first one was like a wavy facade. The second one is a wart facade, which is based on a Nubian wart with catenary curves. And the third is using a folding facade, which was developed by Origami. Because of the ease of printing and the lack of time, the wavy facade was selected, in which there's a rectangular panel, which is like morphed into this wavy shape that you guys see right now. And from that shape, a toolpath was generated, and this was sent for the robot. Eventually, the first setup was done on an OSP board. We started off with doing a dry run for the toolpath to ensure that the robot is moving in the right directions and places. Initially, some of the problems that we faced was that the nozzle got too hot. It was unknown to discover the reason at that time, and that caused like the filament to dry. The second was there was like height misalignment within the cord, and this caused like the nozzle to mill the base layer itself. After these were fixed, the initial printing started, and using varying speed and different deposit of the concrete itself, you can see that the wave itself is now taking shape. And this was the final output. This is a ready to like transport panel, which is which is about 25 kilograms. This was like the aim to keep a panel small enough and lightweight enough so that it can be used and like mass produced and used easily on the site. Then came the BIM integration part, in which a lot of parameters were developed for like the entire fabrication process. This was to ensure that all of the fabrication parameters are installed in that BIM family. The main categories were geometry, material, printability, structure, performance, fabrication type, and then eventually the life cycle and operation. This is the first workflow in which you can see the panel design in Rhino using Grasshopper code, this was converted into a Revit family parameters. The list that we saw before was transported from the ACC into like the Revit file, and using Grasshopper, the same data that we got from the printing parameters was fed into these families. And then the other way around, that using an existing Revit family that was taken into um, Grasshopper, and then the toolpath was generated, which was ready to print. However, because of the lack of time, this was not eventually printed. Right now, the contributions that this has done is like an initial early stage integrated design to DFMA workflow for these facades. BIM family, which is embedded with all of the fabrication metadata, and the velocity-based design variation, which you guys saw before with the varying facade. And the limitations right now would be that toolpaths can change based on the geometry itself. So there's no one method to create a toolpath for all the different shapes and sizes. So that is something that is currently limited. There was a printability access because of time and the availability of the printer itself. So there's definitely more testing required. The modular system, the second printing typology that we talked about, that is still on an early stage. So that still needs more research. Right now, it was just being built with a single material system, which was concrete. So the reinforcement of all of this is not tested yet. So the results are feasible, but at an experimental scale. And eventually, like in the future, I think this could go in multiple directions, which is exploration of multiple forms itself as the first, then creating a working plugin for the toolpath generation for Revit users or ArchiCAD users. Eventually using a hybrid fabrication using the 3D CP and also including the reinforcement as well. Eventually, a digital twin integration is needed, but right now, because of the lack of time and resources, the sensors and all of these things were not tested. And eventually, industrial scaling with manufacturer and using different material palettes. And that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Usman, for the presentation. It's a really nice topic. I'll open the questions. If someone has any question, please send in the chat for the live. But I will ask one question regarding what are the strategies that can be implemented to monitor and maintain the structural performance of the facades, the panels that are printed? Did you look into that? It's something that it's a big concern.
So right now, the AC Tech Hub, the lab that I was working with, they were doing some other researches, which was developing these small tests to record the integrity of the concrete that's coming out, and that can change according to the mix itself. Like you can add more fly ash or something to make it like dry quicker or get it stronger. So that is definitely something, but I did not focus on that. I was just using the information that they already have.
Okay. And regarding the synchronization of the information between like BIM, the process that you use BIM, and the 3D printing, what were the challenges that you encountered in that? Like into
Right now, I think everything is everything's a bit technical. Like eventually, it's very much code driven.
Okay.
In a normal workflow, no one would like to go through or learn this much code just for their design to eventually be printed. because most of the architects working in BIM or most of the facade designers working in BIM would just want their designs or something to like flow into the 3D printer a bit easily rather than them having to learn all of the code and then put it into it. So I think one of the main things is not having easy to use UI. That's what's the case in my opinion.
Okay, thank you. So we have one question in the chat, more or less in this topic. How can this technology be used for safety in construction projects? Do you believe it's something that could help?
For sure, because this eventually is prefabrication in construction itself. So the less construction you have on site, the more installation. So that also reduces the how do you say, the chance of accidents happening on a site, and it actually makes the entire process more machine driven rather than people driven. So eventually the people who are at the site are just doing the installation and not doing anything else. So that works just like a unitized facade would work.
Okay, perfect. So Yuzan, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Wish you all the success, and we'll move
Thank
forward.
you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Our next presentation is from Marcos Daniel Paz Ballesteros. It's about parametric modeling and automation of construction details in BIM. Marcos, please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. You can share your presentation.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Not yet, but yeah, now I can.
Now you can. Okay.
You can start.
Wait a second, please. Okay. Good afternoon, Thais. My name is Daniel, and my dissertation topic was parametric modeling and automation of construction details. The premise basically is that while BIM technology is very advanced currently, the actual implementation in the industry is still reliant on manual workflows, and therefore it's still inefficient and error-prone. The goal of this research is to try to bridge this gap by implementing parametric modeling and automation. The research question for this research was basically how can we implement parametric modeling into BIM workflows to improve the creation of construction details. And the objective developed to answer this question was to create and validate a comprehensive and transferable framework that automates the creation of data-rich construction details. The core contribution of this research is a 4-stage framework that can be seen in the figure. These stages are the construction and definition, parametric assembly, BIM element generation, and documentation and validation. I will explain these stages together with the case study. As for the methodology, I worked with the collaboration of the Slovenian firm Outdoor Architecture and analyzed their current workflow for the production of construction details. This figure is the as-is diagram of this workflow, and I could identify the bottleneck of manual labor. Basically, what this company does is they develop 3D model only for the purposes of documentation, and then they enrich this model with missing elements so that they can extract construction details from it. This is already a very efficient method since it's basically model-centric, but it still relies on some manual labor. The stage 1 is the deconstruction and definition, and is where we determine the variables and the constraints that are to be used. I used Archicad because it's the software the company uses, and I wanted to test the framework with their current workflow. I hadn't used Archicad before myself, and this reinforces the goal of the framework to be replicable and accessible. On the left, we can see a construction detail of a manufacturer. This ensures that the detail has the necessary information and dimensions. And on the right is the connection of a foundation and an external wall, and the determination of the variables needed to produce this detail from the original connection on Archicad. On the bottom left corner of the slab, I define the reference edge, which is from where all the other elements are defined from. And if we have all these variables, we can produce this detail parametrically. This means that if we change one dimension, all the others should be able to adapt to it. The stage 2 is the parametric assembly, and it's basically the development of the rules that we established before in the parametric environment, in this case, Grasshopper. For this, I replicated the workflow of the company, that is to basically draw a cross-section of the element that we need, and then extrude it alongside the slab. It can be seen that it's basically reliant on drawing many points and then drawing the section to then extrude it. All the elements follow the same logic and are dependent on a previous element and on the variables we determined. On the right is the connection after running the script in Grasshopper, and we can see that now there are new elements that are needed to develop the construction detail. The third stage is the BIM element generation and data enrichment. This is a new step that ensures interoperability. And for this, in this case in specific, I needed to assign a classification system in Archicad beforehand so that I could then assign properties from Grasshopper to each element, like the U-value or the file rating. These properties are essential to export the elements to IFC format and to ensure that the information it carries is correct. And finally, the documentation and validation is generating views from the model created and ensuring it has the necessary information to produce a good quality construction detail. On the left is the result of my framework, and we can see, for example, the connection between the waterproofing membranes. This is the most detailed part of this specific detail, and it's important to ensure it's shown properly because a construction detail is meant to communicate design intent. On the right, we can see the resulting construction detail of the company for a similar construction detail. And it can be seen that the result is basically the same. The key findings of my research were that the repetitive manual labor was successfully reduced. The consistency and quality was enhanced, and the model was enriched with structured IFC compliant data. The framework implications that go beyond the case study are that it's a practical solution for today because it lowers the adoption barrier, improving the consistency. In the theoretical sense, it contributes to a replicable methodology that bridges the research and industry gap. And for the future, it supports 3D workflows that are becoming more common. And it allows us to work with AI-ready data. The limitations of this research that at the same time lead to some future research directions are mainly that it was developed with a single case study, meaning that the results are more qualitative than quantitative. So it needs to be tested on more projects and more details. The scope limited to one detail invites to apply it to a complete library of different details, like the connection of the wall and the roof, or a window, for example. And the specific toolchain used suggests that we need to test it as well on different software, such as Revit and Dynamo, or Tekla structures, for example. Some other research directions could be to investigate native solutions like GDL objects in Archicad or adaptive components in Revit. These solutions are more efficient, but more software constrained. And also to investigate AI-assisted scripting for this purpose in specific. We know that AI can lower the adoption barrier as long as it is provided with the right context and it has good and structured data to work with. To sum up, this research developed a practical framework that is efficient by automating modeling, reliable by embedding rules, and intelligent by transforming geometry into BIM components. This is the full script for this specific detail, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel, for your presentation. It's a really interesting topic. It's something that I myself work with. So I would like to ask you a question regarding what do you think it's what will be the biggest challenge when you try to implement this methodology in the enterprise, in the industry? What do you think it's like the point that will be the most difficult to transfer this knowledge and to make them use this tool? What do you think?
Okay. First of all, I try to make this framework as general as possible so that it is easy to understand and to apply. Either if you have a lot of knowledge about the scripting or not so much. It is meant to be used on even I chose to do it with visual scripting because it's more easy to understand. But right now, the development of AI is even allowing us to do it directly with code, even if we don't know too much about coding necessarily. And I think that right now companies are starting to implement AI, and by as a result, they also want to automate things more. And I think that the juniors will be requested to know things like this in order to be more efficient. And I think a way to convince people to apply this is to have validation tests that show how much time you can save. Just like with BIM methodology, you usually spend more time developing something and then you see the results of the automation later when you have to develop hundreds of details for different projects with different dimensions, and then you save hours and even days of work with this methodology. It's basically meant to be a best practice for parametric modeling applied into construction details specifically.
Sure. Basically, you need someone in the team that it's trained to at least develop the objects and the elements, and then everyone else can apply. It's also something that needs to be taken into account.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so we don't have any other questions from the chat. So I will thank you again for the presentation and wish you luck and success. And that's it. Our next presentation will start. We are a bit earlier in our schedule, so we will wait more or less 10 minutes up to 3:20 for which is the time for our next presentation. So stay with us and we'll be back in 8 minutes. Thank you. Hello, so we are back for our last presentation of this section. And this presentation will be by Sanjin Khan, and it's about generative design proposal via LLM BIM integration. Please, Sanjin, whenever you can share your screen.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. I think the screen is visible, right?
Not yet, but in a moment. Yeah. Yes, now it is, but I'm not seeing it in presentation. Yeah, now I am. Perfect.
Okay.
You can
Okay.
start.
So, as you know, my name is Sanjin Khan. My presentation topic, this was my research topic, generative design proposal via LLM BIM integration. My my mentor was Professor Jika Turk. Okay, so I'll show you here. I will give you just a background first. This is the traditional workflow in BIM, like the user uses the normal traditional input like through mouse and keyboard to the BIM software, and then the user gets the model as an output. But what we were intending to do to incorporate AI into the BIM software so that everything is done by this large language model. So the question was how? So the basic research question was how can large language models be integrated with building information modeling environments to enable intelligent conversational agent that assist architects, engineers, and construction industry professionals. So here's the magic. This is actually the solution. As you see, I asked the AI that are you connected or not, and it says yes. Then I told him to create 3 more levels to the existing levels. And then I ask to create irregular grid of different spacing so that it can give us the idea of generative design. And you can see on the right side of the screen in the Revit software, it creates these grids. So it is basically a two-way flow of information from AI software to the engineering or design softwares. And what we write here, the information goes to the large language model and it processes, and through agentic nature of this AI, it performs the action in the software. You see, I asked to place some concrete rectangular column on grid intersection, but the smallest column available in the family type, and it placed these columns. And it is also giving the information in natural language. In this prompt, I asked to change the exterior columns to a bit to the largest available concrete section. So what it does, first it find the largest column, and then it changes the column to that type. You see? So this is the smallest one available in the file, and the outer one are the largest one. Then I ask about the beams. Which beams are available in the family type? Select the smallest section and connect the column with that. So it has placed all the beams and connected the columns through those beams. And then I asked to place some walls between the smaller interior columns between here. And it placed the walls. And lastly, I asked for the floor to put, but not here because this is for the stair area. So I asked to place the floor, but not here. And it is performing that action. Yes, and I asked for the walls, for exterior walls, and then for the doors and windows to place in the model. So you see it is generative design by AI. And the main thing is that it is two-way information. The flow of information is in two-way. It is not automation, but it is conversation with your model. Okay. So the content of my presentation is agents for BIM softwares, like one is Building Information Model Context Protocol, BIMCP. One is Bonsai Model Context Protocol, which is BONCP. And I will have SWOT analysis and conclusion. So now I will explain how I have connected these things. So the first one is Building Information Model Context Protocol. It is I developed it for Revit software, but we can extend it to other BIM software also. It is based on Model Context Protocol. Model Context Protocols are some protocols written by, these are produced by Anthropic company, and it gives some context to the large language model to perform action on that data. It is a bidirectional conversation interface to Revit. So we have Revit plugin, which is connected to Claude or any AI software. And we have MCP server. This MCP server sends information from AI, Claude, or any large language model application, which supports model context protocol to that Revit or that intended software. And how it all connects. I will show the system architecture. For example, the user in natural language, he asks some question or wants to do some to perform some action on software. So it writes in the natural language, and any large language model application, which we call MCP client, in the host application, the information goes here, and from inside this large language model, there is actually the large language model, like for example, Claude Sonnet, or the OpenAI has GPT-4 and GPT 3.5, something like that. So it processes the information and it sends back to client, and from the client it goes to BIMCP server, which is a model context protocol server. And that information from the model context protocol goes to the plugin in JSON format, and the plugin executed in Revit, and we get the model. And at the same time, the information goes back to the user in natural language also, and he can see through the screen also. Okay, the model context protocol has three things. One is tools, one is resources, and one is prompts. So we'll see what these things are. The first one is tool. Tool is actually the thing which make this AI application to AI large language models to perform some action. So it is called tool. So in my MCP server, I have one execute Revit code. Whenever I ask this large language model to perform some action. For example, here you see analyze all walls in the current model. So it says I will analyze all the walls in your current Revit model, and it writes the code, the C# code, which is executed inside the Revit. But first, the large language model write the code, and then it send it to the application, which can be Revit or any other application to which it is connected. So in my case, it is sending it to Revit. And this is the response which it get from Revit, like after executing it. So it says total walls, structure walls, all the information you can see it gets from the model. And at the same time, when it gives the information, it gives us in natural language also, like overall statistic, total walls in normal language, not in the JSON format. Like it is human readable format, and this one is like computer readable format. So it is read by the AI, and it gives pass the information in natural language to us. Okay. We have then resources in this model context protocol. Resources are those things which are predefined, some protocols which are written with one click. We can get all the information from the model. Instead of just executing all the time this Revit code, we have resources. We can just click and we can get all the information with one click. In my case, in this model, we have in this BIMCP server, we have resources for element, schedule, structural resources, model resources, and for geometry and validation also. Like for example, we have Slovenian building code, so it can check for Slovenian building code, whether the building is according to the laws or not. Then we have prompts. So in this MCP, the third thing is prompt. Prompt is like a predefined template. Every time if a user wants to give to any large language model some information, so the prompt, the user cannot write a long prompt again and again. So here in MCP server, we can put this prompt, and then when we need, we can give whenever we need this, we can just click and the prompt will be visible to the large language model, and it can process and perform the action according to that prompt. Like for example, in this case, I said like Revit coding standard. Whenever whenever it writes the code for executing something in Revit, it has to follow this specific standards. So all the time I cannot copy and paste these standards or these kind of forms again and again. So the model context protocol has this feature that it already have this prompt, and you just click and it comes to the context. Okay, the second thing which I developed was collector BonCP, which is Bonsai Model Context Protocol. I developed it for collector calling company. I was working here, and now I am permanently employed here, and I'm working on the projects with these tools. We applied this on second rail project, this Bonsai MCP, which is similar to the BIM CP, which I developed for Revit, and this one is for Bonsai in Blender. What it does is that it extract the IFC data with we can just write in natural language, and it can extract all the information from IFC model. It can extract GUID. It can export the information to Excel and CSV. And in other projects, we use it for comparison of POQs and also for COBie report. It has also the same system architecture, like the user write in natural language and information goes to large language model, and then instead of BIM CP server, we have BonCP server, and from there it goes to the Bonsai add-on, and then from there to Blender, and we get the model, and same back. Okay, so in this MCP server, we have these tools. Previously in my Revit one, there was only one tool, but now we have more tools. And whenever user writes something in natural language, so for example, git selected IFC element, if I select any element and I write in natural language, so this tool is executed and it gets the information. Like you can see, I selected this beam, and then I ask like, give me the information, which element is selected in my current IFC file in Blender, use collector BonCP, and it give me the information back. This is the beam, you can see. And this is the Bonsai MCP server, which is connected. So I will show the SWOT analysis, but before that, I wanted to show you what I was recently doing today. If it is open, yeah. This is the model today which I was working on Luke Cooper project, and I'm having piles. Here are piles, and there are two topo surfaces. So I wanted to know the information about how much the pile is embedded in the ground, so that we can pay to the contractor according to that length. And because it is different, the strata below is different, so every pile has different length.
I'm
Yes.
sorry, but we are not seeing your. No, wait. I'm seeing your presentation.
Okay, I think it will be visible now.
Let me check.
Is it visible?
Now it is. Yes.
Okay. So this is the two topo surfaces, and these are the piles. The piles, and as you can see, these are embedded in the topo in the ground. So we have to pay to the contractor for only for this part which is inside the ground. So I use plot to get the information regarding this. I will show you the plot. Sorry for think yeah. Okay, so here you can see I said like I have topo surface. Sorry. topo surface in Revit, and I have piles also modeled. Now I want to know the length of piles which is outside the topo surface. So how I will find this? The top I wanted, the one which is outside I wanted, because I can subtract it from the total length, and then we can get the length which is inside the ground. So it performs some action through the tool, like this is the request, and it got the response in as you can see the response. This is the response it got in the JSON format, and then it give me all the information in natural language. Like there are total 112 files and all this information, but then I was talking like I need for each file the exact value, and then in the last it gave me all the information, as you can see, for each file. And then I put this in Excel sheet and submit it to my boss. So basically this is the benefit of this MCP server which I have created. I'll come to the presentation now. Okay, so we will do SWOT analysis. The strength is using power of AI in BIM to model and query. As you saw, we can use AI to ask about our model, or we can create our own model in a generative way. It is significantly saving our time, because with one sentence it processes all the information and gives us in Excel format or any format which we want. Normally it is taking a lot of time by if a user, like if a human is using his intelligence or his way of doing things like the traditional way. And it is enterprise ready, like as I showed you, we are using it in our company, so it is ready to be used. Okay, the weakness is that the subscription cost of Claude, which is now supporting this MCP server, that is a lot. For example, I'm paying 90 euros per month, more than 90 euros for using these features. There is a token limitation also. If the project is large, then it can use the token a lot, and we can be out of token very quickly, and then we cannot proceed with asking the questions or performing action. And this is now only single user only. If there are 4 or 5 users at the same time with the same project, then that would be a fantastic idea. But now this is the weakness. Okay, we have opportunity. We can use self-trained AI models like Ulama models, like DeepSeek models. We have Microsoft Phi, but those are not well trained, or I would say we have to post-train those models, and we have to make some application which can use MCP server to connect to the softwares. And we can expand the software support. For example, this was for Revit and Blender and Blender Bonsai. We can expand it to Tekla and other softwares also. We can also use make it to multi-user conversation, like we can put it in the meeting or something like, for example, like in a collaborative environment, like we have architect and structure engineer, and both are having the conversation at the same time with the AI, and the model is loaded at the same time. So that is also a good idea. The threat is that Autodesk native integration. If, for example, Autodesk creates something like that, so my software or this MCP server will not work. Or if the framework is changed, like if there is some changes in framework in C# or net framework, then this will not work. And there is obviously liability concerns also, because the AI can sometimes use wrong information. So there should be a human in the loop. So in conclusion, this was our question, like how can we integrate AI into BIM environment? And we got the idea from BIM-CP and BON-CP, as we have achieved this, and we can connect Claude, OpenAI models like ChatGPT and Gemini, and we can perform the action. So the last line would be human intelligence use artificial intelligence to get the BIM intelligence. And okay, the main achievement establishes two-way communication between AI assistant and professional BIM software, changing the traditional one-way command response pattern into useful conversation. Like you can talk to your model. Collector calling success proof the concept work in real business. As I showed you, we are using it. And this research built a foundation others can build on to keep improving how humans can use agentic AI in technical fields, not only just for asking information, but to perform some action. And it can also be connected to IoT sensors and um, other in robotic field, so it can perform some action also. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Sanjin, for the presentation. Super interesting topic and well applied. We are short on time, but I would like to ask a quick question. In the beginning of your presentation, when you show like the creation of the levels, the columns, and all of that, you are taking information that it's already in the Revit model. So you look for the size of columns and stuff like that. Did you think about, I don't know, the steps that the user needs to take before using the AI to create its models? For example, when I'm going to create a model, I need to make some definitions, like the type of columns, the type of beams, everything. I need to define that beforehand. So did you think about that? How does it work? Is there a standardized guide for that?
Okay. For example, there were smallest section and largest section of column which I asked to place, but this AI can create families also which are simple. In future, maybe it can perform some difficult action also, but for now it can create columns. As I asked for the piles, I was having only 2D drawings, and I asked to create piles for me and rename every pile with the specific number, which is the grid intersection. So it even performed that action, and it placed all the columns on exact point, all the piles on exact point. So there is nothing to do before applying this. But yeah, if there is some complex window or some complex door or something which AI is not understanding, so we have to define a template for that. But the basic idea is that for learning the Revit software to work and to perform the normal action, the AI can perform the action for us. But the most important thing is that we have to take one backup of the file, because the AI can do anything, and we will not be having the system to recover. So we have to take the backup. This is the first thing, and then the rest is simple.
Okay, so thank you very much. We end our section at this moment. I thank you all the speakers. I thank the audience for being online with us. And our next section starts in 20 minutes. So it will be at 4 p.m. Central European Time. So see you.
So, welcome back, everyone. We are about to start the last session, the session 6. So, let me just take my notes, but the first speaker of the last session will be Ashikul. And whenever you are ready, you can start to share your screen. And the presentation will be about parametric generation of standardized spaces. So the floor is yours.
Thanks, Ganza. Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you all. It has been a while since I left Portugal, so nice to meet you. So let me share my screen. Can you see me? Can
Yes.
you see? Okay. Okay. So my first, let me introduce myself. My name is Ashikul Mursalin. I am an architect. Today I will be presenting my master thesis, Parametric Generation of Standardized Spaces, which I have done under supervision of Professor Tomo Szerewczyk in University of Ljubljana. So before I move to explain my master thesis, I need to address the background of this study. Like what I have seen in my experience, like the traditional architectural design process takes a lot of times. It takes a lot of cost as well. So why does it take so much time and cost? Because of the architects needs to do repetitive tasks. Architects needs to do manual code verifications. They needs to do dimension checks for the code thing, and not to mention the years of BIM training or other software trainings and so on and so forth. So in this process, who suffers? The most suffer is the small investors that cannot afford, and some clients who are not directly involved into the design processes. And most sufferer might be the junior architects. Like when I was a young architect working on office, my boss was giving me repetitive tasks. So I have learned a lot, but this process takes a lot of time. So right now we are living in an era of AI. So when I open LinkedIn and when I scroll every one scroll I see 3 AI posts. Like there is a lot of new AI processes are integrating with the BIM, so they are great, no doubt about that. But what I felt like there are some missing things. Like some AI things are good at BIM models, but they are not doing building codes. Some are very great at building code checking, so but not too much integrated with BIM. So there are some technical barriers. So how can we bridge the gap? So for this I have created a proof of concept for my masters, and it is like I will not say it's like a software. It's like a proof of concept which might one day become a software. So let me first introduce the workflow. For first, a user like you can input your requirements using a, sorry, let me just put my pointer. Okay, so you can just use the user interface which I have created for my master thesis, and you can input your thoughts from natural languages, or can put in also input thoughts from quick drop down menus as well. So this user interface creates a JSON file, and that JSON file is read by a PyRevit plugin system. And this is the core of my master thesis. This PyRevit plugin then reads the JSON file and creates the apartment BIM model. So while creating it, it maintains the architectural functionality and also follows the building code compliance as well. So what if you see some errors in the model? You can also correct using the UI, and you can also use directly PyRevit. Inside PyRevit, you can also modify the BIM model as well. So first, the natural language. Let's see how it is. How it works. So this is the interface of the natural language, and here you can simply just type what is your requirement. Like 2-bedroom apartment. I need area like this, 70 square meter. I need to follow this building code, and the wall height will be like this. And it simply creates this command queue, and it sends to the JSON file. So how this natural language actually works? So if you type this, it grabs the keywords from inside the natural languages, and it creates these sorts of commands. Like if you create 2-bedroom apartment, it picks up this tree and then selects and sends the command to the JSON file. These are the keyword categories, and so the natural language is tokenizes it matches patterns, and it generates the commands. If you don't have time, you can also use the quick parameter selection in my UI. So you can select apartment number, you can select the total area, you can select building codes. These 10 I have added already, and you can also select the wall height, which wall height you want, and it is the same like the UI. So it is just an alternative approach as well. So after that, the PyRevit is working as is the main core, and this is the interface of the PyRevit plugin that I have created. And after you press this button, it reads the JSON file that is created by the UI. So right now I'm creating this button, and in just seconds like this, the BIM model is created for the apartment. So you can see all the room tags are here. So something is missing, right? You can see, yeah, the openings, the doors and windows are missing. So you can also place it for using the UI. And here you can just simply type like this, place doors and windows, and it goes to the queue. And you can, if you press it again, it will ask which Revit family you want to place. The families that are already loaded here, it will ask, yeah, this is, and if you select the Revit family, and the doors and windows are automatically placed. Now you can see that these walls need to be flipped, and some doors are misaligned, and all of that. You can also make the modifications, and you can also make the modifications using the UI. So right now I'm doing the modification like flip door WL. You can flip, you can change Revit families as well inside using the natural language. So what it does, like when creating the walls or the windows, it creates numbers for each walls and windows for each Revit elements. So if you can see here, it's WL6, like this wall is like number. So you can just, if you type flip WL7, and then it will flip the Revit wall, Revit family as well. So as I have demonstrated how the thing works, now I'm explaining the background of the work as well. So this whole system is template based. First, this is the structure of a JSON file, and the system, the PyRevit grabs these 4 basic main words, like the bedroom, total area, and building code, and the wall height. These are the 4 things it grabs, and this is a example of a Revit template. And from here it grabs, following these 2, it grabs a Revit template, and it loads into Revit. So all of these templates right now are made by me. As an architect, I know the architectural functionality. So I have made this template with assigning the room dimensions to Revit global parameters. So what the area design distribution algorithm does here. So first it checks the input of the client, and then the algorithm calculates the total area. Then it applies the minimum building code. It grabs the minimum building code from the building code files. So it applies the minimum sizes for each of the rooms. So say for example, if the minimum sizes are 55 and the client has made 80 square meters, so it calculates how much area it remaining right now. So after that, it distributes the rest of the areas to all of the rooms and makes the whole area bigger, and then it creates the BIM model from the template. So this is an example of the building code data structure. You can see all of the minimum heights are given here, and I have already added these 10 countries here. So you might say, no, you might be thinking, yeah, this guy may be flexing, he's added 10 countries. But the main reason to add it, like I wanted to see how the different dimensions of the different countries works. Like you can see this for Slovenia, the minimum for Slovenia one, a 2-bedroom apartment size is 55. For Portugal is different. So what I have seen that this system works very precisely for the different areas as well. So right now I'm moving to the conclusion part of the presentation. And first I have to I have to mark the strength of the process. You have already seen it's very quick. Like the system takes like 5 minutes inside Revit to generate, and if you type in the UI, it might take like 20 seconds, or maybe if you type faster, it can be 10 seconds also. So it depends on how quick you can send the commands, and maybe 1 minute or something. So, and the natural language, it handles various terminology. You can modify it, and the performance of the natural language is consistent, as it is free of internet, and as you will be able to use it inside your own computer, so it doesn't need any kind of outer internet or something. So it is totally safe from any kind of data breaches for now, at least, like what I can say. And the BIM model integrity is all of the elements are absolute Revit models. They are already all classified. They have the correct metadata. You can, if you are expert in Revit, you can edit and make the models whatever you want. And these are all the room boundaries are automatically generated. So it is absolutely ready for all kinds of quantity takeoffs as well. This system is doing building code, proactive building code checking rather than doing afterwards. It can handle right now 10 building countries, and it is very easy to add more. Like you just have to add more building code JSON files into it, and it can handle both metric and imperial system. So right now, this can be a good thing to democratize BIM, like for investors or for clients, for great to do idea generations to what they can be done in the future, or great for architects as well to do code checking. And now architects can focus more on idea generation sort of thing. So I have to address the limitations right now. Right now, the limitations, it is like single level and single for one apartment that I have made for this for master thesis, and it is only residential design and only orthogonal design, no curved surfaces for now. It is platform dependent. So yeah, it's you will need a Revit license for it to do a test run, and the whole system is static, so it cannot learn from past what past users have created. And I was not been able to add daylight compliance check into the system. So what is the future? What we can move from here, from this point? So we can what I have in plan. Maybe if I can work more, I can add. I can do offices. I can do hotels, dorms, commercial, maybe more commercial designs. I would very much. I was thinking to add multi-typology design for one floor at least, like multiple, like 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, and 4 bedroom. All are stacked in one floor, and but I didn't have had the time to finish it in this masters. So that is the second part, and the third is like going vertical, like multi-story design with stairs and elevators, and maybe in the future we can do irregular shapes as well to integrate it. For technology integration, we can integrate LLM as well with MCP server, like Claude or ChatGPT now also has an MCP as well. And we can do machine learning, computer vision to create more templates. And we can do maybe in the future, if we can develop a software or something sort of thing, we can do a browser based system which can automatically generate IFC models, and users might be able to use it as well. And I also have if it becomes a software, we can also might include structure and MEP as well. And this system might be globalizing ACE industry, like we can do global building code compliance checking system, and a lot of international firms can join to expand the template library. Like right now, I have created a template which is created by me as an architect, but if different firms, like if you have a firm, like you can also create 80 100 to 200 templates of your own, and it will be very easier and quicker for you to generate apartment models. And maybe one day government authorities will be able to use it for compliance checking as well. So I will say, am I dreaming too much? No, I will say the sky is the limit. So yeah, thank you so much. I would like to thank Professor Tomo for giving me, for guiding me. I would like to thank BIM A Plus for giving me a very good opportunity. We have learned a lot from BIM, University of Ljubljana and University of Minho, all my colleagues and the present audiences. And thank you. And this is my LinkedIn ID. And if you want to contact me, this is the email. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for this very enthusiastic presentation. It sounds that you were liking to the work you were doing. Okay, now we are open to questions. I don't know if anyone from the audience wants to make questions. Please write on YouTube. We can read it live. Someone just greet you, say great. But if no one makes a question, I will make a little bit. We have 4 minutes. A little bit of teasing you with. I don't know if you saw the presentation of your colleague for that dissertation here in Minho about a similar topic that was about generation of architectural layouts. We also have a research project working in here that we are exploring this part of generating automatic layouts optimized for several things. And you show here an approach about doing these pre-templates. But as you saw in the other colleagues shows a little bit the approach that we are following. That is, you have the morphological, or what architects call, I just learned from an architect that is called like this, is the architectural program of the building. That is just what we intend to, and without any kind of predefined template, and the system is able to generate an architectural layout. I want to see your view on these two approaches that you did, and what is the pros and cons of the approaches.
So at the start of the study, I was also trying to do the same, like so that the system can create automatized floor plans. But I have spent like half of the time to do that. But the algorithm was a little bit different to do it inside PyRevit or something. Then I have went to this template-based thing, because what previously was the system was doing, it was not recognizing the architectural functions, like I have to enter through foyer, I have to enter through a living space, a toilet needs to be a side of a bedroom. That was not being able to do it very properly. Yeah, it was like, I will say 50 or 60% it was achievable, but not too much. It was not too that much good, I would say. So that's why I have went to template based, because when I have made the template, I know that this is the architectural functions works like this. So as an architect, I have vetted the template. So if you are an architect, you know what you will do inside of the house, inside the functions. You know well. So in European practice, like the functions, the flow of functions is more or less similar all over the Europe, right? So it can save a lot of time for you. You can also focus more on outside, like the fabrications or the creative sort of thing to do to the design, or how the building will look from the outside, how it will go vertically. So that was my thinking in this perspective.
Okay, thank you. And since no one is making questions, I make another. It's again another provocation. Now that everyone is speaking about mass production of houses, that you try to do off-site construction, did you thought on adapting this way of thinking the layouts, already thinking on modular construction, where you put restrictions like that it cannot change freely the size of a wall, but like specify the like length of wall to be like a prefabricated element that a factory is producing. I don't know if you thought about
I'm
that.
sorry, I have lost track in the middle. Can you repeat, please?
I was saying if you thought on adapting this system that you are developing to modular construction, where instead of allowing free growing of a wall, for example, you restrict to specific sizes.
Okay, so I would say you can do that as well inside. If we change the codes, like if you say one wall or one like a bedroom sizes, one way should not be larger than 3 meter, then you can also put that as well inside. But having said that, I will say that different as I have incorporated different building codes, like more building codes are here, so different countries have different minimum sizes to incorporate. So if it is a contradictory thing. So if I add the modular thing, so the minimum sizes of different country might be conflicted. So it is very largely, yeah.
It was a provocation, but someone made a question, so I will read it. I believe that is someone that took architecture, and someone is asking if you have to teach this in an architectural school or to a professional. At what stage you should introduce this type of training for a professional?
I would rather say maybe in the initial stages, like for initial design concepts, this process can be very great time saving. Or maybe when the architects are well trained for the functionality inside, like what will be the configuration inside, how the bedroom shall be arranged, and all of those. After that, this process can be introduced to the students as well. Maybe one day we can we can create a software or something. Yeah, let's see.
Okay, thank you. We are already a little bit after the time, so thank you again.
Thank you so much.
We'll move to the next presenter. Next presenter is Oksana, and she's already around. She will do a presentation about AI and photogrammetry for HBIM, automatic historic building classification and modeling. So whenever you want, you can share the screen and start the presentation.
Hello all, I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, it's a little bit low, but we can hear.
Okay. I think I can start. So, hello all again. Let me first explain some of the topic. So this research is basically dedicated to implication of AI in order to somehow automate the HBIM process. So first of all, I will start with general agenda. The presentation includes the context, methodology, some results from this research, and the future work. Before I start explaining the exact details, I would like to describe maybe the general idea about the scan to HBIM process. So basically, it includes 3 main stages. It's data acquisition, data processing, and 3D modeling. First of all, the data acquisition is basically the data collection when we try to capture the existing conditions of the building by laser scanning or, for example, photogrammetry. So when we have all the collected data, we normally see that the point clouds which we generate from those sources are basically unstructured data. So the next step here is normally data processing, which is pretty much time-consuming process. And until the recent time, it was pretty much a manual process. And what normally happens on that stage? So the point clouds, they are somehow simplified. They are like, we try to get rid of some noises. We try to segment and so on. And basically this research is dedicated to segmentation of the point clouds. So we try to somehow automate this process. And actually there are several existing algorithms which already allow to do that. They are like automated or semi-automated processes. And the last stage normally is 3D modeling when we have segmented point clouds. After that, we can easily generate HBM model. Here we can see the basic algorithms which already allow to do segmentation. For example, in existing research, there are like, for example, point cloud, the PointNet, DGCNN algorithms, which already segment point clouds. However, those approaches have their limitations. For example, they do coarse classification. What I mean by coarse classification is that the point clouds are segmented by main classes. For example, the categories of buildings, like they could be like columns, walls, roof, and so on. For some cases, this is enough. For example, when we want to use the model for facility management, or for example, for just standard documentation, that is pretty much enough. But for some cases, we might need the higher LOD. Actually, there are no existing defined kind of classification for LOD. So we will just say that we try to do more detailed segmentation of the model of the point clouds. What we mean by that is we try to do the instance segmentation of the stone masonry. So we try to segment stone masonry so that each stone would have its unique ID or some unique parameters. When we might need that, for example, when we know that each instance has its own parameters. For example, it could be ultrasonic velocity ratio. It could be, for example, some geological characteristics. Or, for example, if we want to do the analysis of the structural strengths. Since for this case study, the Romanesque period architecture was used, we tried to, first of all, understand how the stone masonry of that period church works. And actually, there is one interesting research was conducted where some typical failure mechanisms were identified. So among them, since for this case study, for this research, I used one specific case study building, I actually understood that even the existing building had one of the failure mechanisms listed in that research. It's like shear mechanism in the facet. You can see it in the picture B. And before just starting the process of the segmentation, there was actually attempt to compare the existing research and the case study building. For example, there are already some algorithms which allow to do the segmentation of, the high segmentation of the masonries. And among them, there were brick masonries. There were other irregular shaped masonries. And what we understood that actually none of them are AI tools. They are just rule-based segmentations, which is pretty much enough for some cases. For example, if we consider the regular shaped segmentation, or like if we train for specific type, but it's not like flexible. So in order to make this like segmentation, we try to do different approach. So the main objective of this study is basically the segmentation of the point cloud. So there was an attempt to develop AI pipeline for stone segmentation. And I should also maybe highlight that the segmentation was held on the point clouds which were generated by the photogrammetry. So in the period of the architecture which was used is Portuguese Romanesque architecture, which has regular stone masonry. And as a case study, I used São João de Calvas Church. Here you can see some of the pictures from that case study building. And before I move on the methodology itself, I should mention that the point clouds, I mean, I didn't do the point clouds myself. Like I already had those point clouds, which were generated from the like more than 2,000 images. And they were done by two different devices like Magic Pro and Nikon. So here you can see the total number of the photos obtained. And the first approach in order to segment the point clouds were the implication of the unit. It is convolutional neural network. And this is basically the algorithm, which is task specific. So what I mean by that, it means that we can train UNet to understand specific classes. Classes could be different. Actually, initially the UNet was used in the medicine, but we understood that this algorithm would work well also for the stone segmentation. And here you can see some details regarding the data set and annotations which were applied. In the first approach, actually, I tried to use many classes. What I mean by many, there were like around maybe 5 classes where I tried to train UNet to understand which element is door, which element is window, which element is stone, masonry, and so on. But after like several tests, it was evident that the more classes we use, the more data set we need. So on the next stage, the number of classes were reduced. So even after that, I had only 3 classes, like, and they had like each code. For example, you can see that the 0 is the background, stone, and masonry joints. I should also mention that actually UNet works with masks. So I had to create them manually. So it means that I used Photoshop and CVAT tool to like annotate each image. And after that, when I created those masks, I tried to train UNet. So in order to improve the results themselves, I used orthogonal, perspective, and synthetic data. Synthetic data were actually like just regular images which I found on the internet, and tried to like use different data set so that the UNet would train better and understand the different stones. However, it was evident that, the initial number of masks were 80. And since it was pretty much time-consuming process, we can see that there were the UNet was training, and there were some promising results. However, we can see that the segmentation was not perfect, and we understood that we need more data set to keep training UNet. But since the time was limited, there was attempt to somehow automate the process of creating the data set itself. So in order to do that, another convolutional neural network was applied, which is called SEM. It is a segment anything model. This model is, as you can see from this picture, is pretty much well trained, but the problem for this segmentation is that it's a general segmentation. It means the SEM model does not understand the classes. So what I did is I created algorithm which created masks from the existing pictures, which I got from that data. And I created masks in a batch. So it means that it was actually automated process. The segment anything model was segmenting pictures and generating masks. And after that, those masks were reconstructed on the point clouds, and they were projected directly to the point clouds which were generated. However, you can see that the result was not the best. Then we understood what was the main problem behind that. It turned out that since the segment anything model does not understand classes, it just randomly segmented images. So just a small amount of the pictures eventually worked well with that model. So you can see here some true positive segmentation, and we can see that the image was segmented well, and we can see the stone masonry itself, and we can also see some incorrect segmentation. And since I projected all masks together, that didn't work well. And as a next stage here, I assume that after we select the correct masks and use only them in order to train the UNet, we can get the segmented point clouds as we were expecting. So the last attempt would be when we use already pre-trained UNet, and we also combine the existing pre-trained UNet convolutional neural network with segment anything model masks, and we keep training it until we get the segmented point clouds. And as a conclusion, I should mention that this combined methodology is pretty much it has good potential, and we saw that basically the stone level segmentation of the Romanesque masonry is possible, and after that, in the future work, we could just expand data set, train UNet, and we'll improve our accuracy for that. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Oksana, for the very interesting presentation. We have time for one question. We are right on time, but I think I can open for one question. Please, guys, on YouTube, don't be shy. You can make questions. If no one make questions, I can ask some opinion on how these automatic validations or identifications that you can get from these crazy algorithms on point clouds. You see this, how much more development we will need that we will be able to generate a good BIM model automatically then from this all these analysis. You have any opinion on that?
Well, first of all, maybe we could increase the number of classes so that we could automate the process fully eventually. And in order to improve the quality, maybe we could just start with like comparing the manual segmentation and the automated. And here we can see the difference and try to like minimize this some errors maybe that might happen. But yes, but this is for the future.
Yes, I know it's a very complex problem because it's in maybe a perfect scenario can get something very nice, but then it starts to be tested in more noisy situations where the survey was not so careful, let's say.
Yes, exactly. I agree.
Okay, thank you, Oksana. I think we need time to move to the next presentation.
Okay, thank you. Goodbye, all.
And the next presentation will be by Juliana with the topic developing a BIM-based framework for a prefabrication building company. So Juliana, whenever you are ready, you can share the screen.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to share my screen.
We are seeing.
Okay, so I will present my dissertation, which was developing a BIM-based framework for a prefabrication building company. So the presentation was structured beginning with the study case definition, then with the study case diagnosed, the pilot project, the redesign process, the parametric object development, the ISO 19650 adoption, and the model validation with the conclusions. So the main motivation for this dissertation was to propose a BIM-based framework to support small and medium-sized companies in the prefabricated construction industry. In alignment with the ISO guidelines, the framework was developed in collaboration with a Brazilian company, Real Case Study. And the objective was to gain productivity in a short and long term and offer also a scalable pathway for these kind of companies to adopt BIM more effectively. So the case study company, it's Cronan. It's a Brazilian company founded in 2013. The main product of the company is the prefabricated concrete panels. And the main services that the company offers are the design and coordination, the panel manufacturing, and the panel assembly. And the company also produce different project typologies such as residential, commercial, industrial, and institutional projects. And the organogram of the company, it consists of the board of directors, the general director, and more 6 departments: the administrative department, the commercial, the planning, the project department, which is the main focus of this study, and the precast manufacturing department and the construction site company department. So the case study definition has the focus of the project department, practice, and process. And it was also selected one type of contract, which was the redesign and construction scope. This contract consists of adapting an architecture project, then coordinate the complementary disciplines such as the structural and map disciplines, and then produce the panel and the panel assembly. The project and client type that was selected to study was a residential project of a client with no construction expertise. So the primary stakeholders involved in this process is the client, followed by an external architectural office, which was responsible to develop the architectural project, and Cronom, the project department, with the goal of developing the coordination of the disciplines. So the project department consists of the architectural team, the structural team, and the map subcontractor. And the two main processes that this department is involved. The first one is the project acquisition. So in this process, the department is responsible to develop a BIM model to support the quantity takeoff for commercial proposal and also for the client engagement in the process. And the second process that the project department is involved is the executive project, when the project department is responsible to develop the BIM models, such as the structural model, the map models, and also the federate model with all the disciplines coordinated. And also the department is also responsible to develop all the documentation for these projects. So we created two as-is process. The first one is the project acquisition. And in this process, the main task is the task number 4, which is modeling for budgeting. And to summarize this process, this task of the modeling for budgeting, so the project manager is responsible to nominate the BIM modeler responsible for the project. And so after receiving the project files from the client, the project manager choose the BIM modeler, which can be the project manager, the structural engineer, or the architect. And after developing the BIM model, the model must pass by a review by architectural and structural aspects. And after this review, then the BIM modeler can execute and perform the quantity takeoff. So the main problems that was detected in this process were the lack of structured information transfer between the commercial department and the project department, and also the overlapping tasks between the project manager, the structural engineer, and the architect. And the second process, as-is process, was the executive project. And the key points of the project department in this process is starting with the mobilize the delivery team, which is the responsibility of the BIM manager. Then the architect is responsible to develop the architectural model, followed by the map models, and the first clash detection is run. After the first clash detection, then we have the authorization for the development of the structural models, foundations models, and concrete panels models. And a second clash detection is run. And after that, a client approval. After the client approval, then the project can be documented and is formalized the final delivery for the client to the client. So the main problems in this process was the lack of protocols to define BIM rules, the lack of the definition of project development sequence, lack of client consultation between the clash detection 1 and the clash detection 2, and lack of formalization of process closeout. So to continue, the case study diagnosed was applied the BIM maturity level of BIM initiative, which is possible to identify which is the current maturity level of the company and the desired maturity level of the company. So the current maturity level of the company is classified between A and B. So it's initial and defined level, and the desired maturity level is to be between the defined and managed maturity level. So the products and proposals for this dissertation, it started with the process map as is process map and the 2B process map, following the ISO guidelines, and also implementing protocols from the ISO, such as BIM execution plan, the exchange information requirement, the application of the IDS files, the level of information need, the applicants of a classification system, and the development of a parametric object. And to conclude, the implementing the CDE system. So by redesigning the process, following the ISO guidelines, it's possible to classify the client as the appointing party and the Cronom project leadership as the lead appointed party, and a second appointed party, which is the architectural officer responsible for the design. And then, commanded by the lead appointed party Cronom, there are the architectural team, the structural team, and the map team. So redesigning the process, we changed some parts of the process to standardize the process and to have more quality control during the process. So we have, apart from the project files that was already included in the process, we add the project brief to support the modeling decision making. So the BIM modeler is appointed in the beginning, then there is a confirmation of appointment. The project information is shared in the CDE environment. Then we have the development of the BIM model. The model must pass by an architectural review and a structural review. And after that, the products from this model is shared in a standardized way with the commercial department and the planning department. And after that, the architect can perform the quantity takeoff. So the main improvements of on this process was to update the BIM rules to adopt the CDE system and the parametric wall to help in the quantity takeoff. Also was considered the communication through BCF files, the standardized review phase and deliverables, and the adoption of the ISO clauses as milestones. And for the second process map, then we have the appointment of the BIM modeler, followed by the BIM execution plan and the exchange information requirement development. So we have the CDE system to share the project information, then develop the architecture model, the structure model, and the map models. Then run a first clash detection and a first partial client approval on this process. And then after the first client approval, we have the complementary models development and a second clash detection. And after the final approval from the client, the project can be documented, and finally a final project validation from the client to finish the process, and then the project team can capture the lessons learned from this process. So the main improvements in this process was the BIM rules update, the CDE adoption, communication through BCF files, the standardized and restructured clash detection phase and deliverables, and the adoption of ISO clauses as milestones and protocols such as BIM execution plan, the exchange information requirements, and the lessons learned. And after the redesign the process was developed parametric object, which was possible to define the maximum length and height for the panel, the panel thicknesses patterns, the number of openings, and the maximum distance, minimal and maximum distance from the borders, and the distance between the openings. So the main goal for this parametric object was to develop a BIM object which was possible to extract the quantity takeoff and also ensure that all the prefabricated requirements was followed by the BIM modeler. And then the process and the parametric object was applied in a pilot project which is a student house in Brazil. And so for this project was developed the BIM execution plan, where was possible to define the project information, the roles and responsibilities, the process mapping, the information requirements, the master information delivery plan, the collaboration modeling procedures, and the quality control. And the exchange information requirement was developed for the map subcontractor, which was possible to define the information requirements, the acceptance criteria, and the dates, information delivery milestones, and control points. For the model validation, was created a clash detection matrix, and also was applied the color filters for the disciplines by disciplines in the BIM model, and also was applied the BCF communication between the team members. And to conclude the model validation was developed a level information need table, and these properties and attributes were checked by IDS files. So the conclusions, the framework that was developed showed to be really practical during the pilot project. And also, the framework exposed some technical and organizational challenges for a small company that must be improved to adopt BIM more in your bigger potential. And for future works, it would be important to apply the framework for different contract mobilities, and also to improve the parametric object for a more for more formats, because the object was a little bit limited by the shape. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Juliana, for the very interesting presentation. Also entering in a part that people find it a little bit less enthusiastic sometimes, like looking to these workflows about how people work, but sometimes it's where the value is, and it's where people lose time, and sometimes this is very, very important to be analyzed, and in an area that is also very, very up to date, that is how to modularize construction and put in offsite. Very interesting. I don't know if anyone wants to make any question. Otherwise, I will make a question too, because I'm just curious. You showed as is and to be workflows. If the company already implemented or tried some workflow to be, did you measure what was the gain that they got in time, in terms of or time or quality, by doing this change?
So one of the improvements that we noticed during this pilot project was the number of reviews and number of versions of the files, because many times we have problems with federating the model, because there were many reviews, many versions of the models. So in this case, we reduced the number of reviews and files reviews. So this was important to measure if the workflow was working. And also was possible to analyze the schedule of the project, and all the deadline was followed. So it was another achievement of the framework. And also, of course, we have some other ideas to measure. Like, for example, we would like to interview the client also in the end of the process, to take his review about the project, if he thought that was a good idea, a good framework. So these were some measures that we did.
Yeah, very interesting. Because we are here at the University of Minho, sometimes we have a big, it's a long project, not big, but it's a long project that we are trying to create information about the value of BIM in several stages, for not only for designers, but also for owners and for maybe even construction. And this is very interesting what you are, if you can collect this information, it is very, very valuable to try to explain people more not willing to change, to show, oh, changing gives you something, not just pretty models in the end.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting.
Yes.
Okay, so we are on time, so we should move forward. Thank you again, Juliana. And now is the time for the last presentation. That will be by Manzurul.
Yeah.
and Manzurul will be speaking about BIM-driven communication for residential building projects, enhanced cost transparency, and buyer engagement in stage investment models. Very long title.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for your presence. I'm the last one today. So my dissertation topic is BIM-driven communication of design for residential building projects, enhancing cost transparency and buyer engagement in a stage investment model. This research has been done in the under the supervision of Professor Tomo. So without wasting a lot of time, I will just talk about the agenda. The agenda is going to cover the whole research context first, then the methodology, research, result and prototype, and then in the end conclusion. I will try to just demonstrate why it was conducted, how was the process for the methodology, and what are the results we got in the end, and then what are the conclusion, how it's going to be useful in industry. Okay, without wasting a lot of time, I will just talk about the research context first. So imagine a situation when we used to buy a house, what exactly happens? Most of the time what we do, like we commit a large sum of money, and we just make an agreement to buy a house and pay the money in installments. That installments, which you can see here, these are known as stage investment models, where we commit for the payment in every installments. Like okay, first I will give you for the booking 5 to 10%, then the foundation, then roof, then so on so forth. This goes like this. The whole process is known as off-plan buyers, where we as a buyer commit large sums of money without the building is totally built. Okay, so in this situation, what exactly happens? We take all these decisions based on what? We take all these decisions based on like some brochures, 2D plans, we see, decide. Everything is sometimes like in 3D images, static images, and nowadays like virtual reality is also there. So we make all these decisions based on all of this I would say like options we have. So everything is fine until here. What happens when we ask for any kind of changes? For example, any kind of changes are totally linked with the stage investment model. If we make any kind of changes, is directly changes the installment, which is a stage investment model. So if we ask for the changes, it goes very lengthy. It takes sometimes week, month, and it creates lot of ambiguity in which things are not clear, which creates a lack of trust and transparency for the buyers. So what is the solution for this? Is there any software available in market or any kind of platform where we can just involve buyers into the whole process? So yeah, here we have, you can see on the this slide, there are two types of softwares. First, on the left hand side, there is a Bexel Manager, CostX, Vico Office. On the other side, there is a planner, HiArc, Sweet Home 3D. It's not like only these software. There are a lot of other software. I just put few of them just for the example. So on the left-hand side, you will see this Bexel Manager, CostX, Vico Office. These softwares are very complex. These are basically made for professionals and BIMs, where we can play with all this cost management of the whole building. And this basically works in fully BIM ecosystem. On the other hand, if you will see the Planner 5D, HiArc, Sweet Home, and 3D Home, all these softwares, it's not like only three. There are long list for this. There are all these softwares are basically very intuitive and it's made for buyers. But the biggest problem with this is not in BIM ecosystem. So on the left hand side, you will see the buyer is missing. Buyer is nowhere in BIM workflow. On the right hand side, you see BIM is missing. So this clearly shows the biggest gap in it. So in order to conclude this, there is no such platform for buyers in BIM ecosystem. Okay, so now I will move to the aim. What is the aim of this dissertation? The aim of this research is to design and validate a prototype. And objectives is clear: the creating an interface where buyer can make and edit and make changes whatever they want. As at the same time, they can also see the real-time cost updates. If they are making any kind of changes, they can see the price changing on their screen. So this will help them to take decisions whether I should go for this or not, so on and so forth. This also involves like buyer engagement. So we talk about the gap, aim, and objectives. Then it's something like how is it possible? Can we do something for this? Then here, first, before diving into the methodology, the process, I just want to bring attention on the classification system. And the classification system is a backbone for the 5D, especially estimation in IFC, which will create a kind of base for costing for my prototype. So classification, for those who have a less idea, I would say classification system is just like a barcode in a supermarket, where in BIM ecosystem, what do we do? Like each and every elements of the buildings have a specific code. So it's easier to like carry out all the details of the each elements. And when we design the BIM models of the whole buildings, all these elements are basically assigned with a specific code. So this was very important because these IFC models and the 5D BIM creates the base for the costing here. So how will this methodology work for this prototype? This is the most important question. So my idea was to like why not to like make a segmentation of all these buildings with a different classification zone. For example, if there are some plaster layers and the walls in the whole buildings, we can just create a segments of each of this flat and bringing those IFC models of one particular flat into this prototype, where we have the complete 5D sheet and parse and fetch the geometry, and especially the geometry and the classification system, and convert this in GLTF format. Then this is the most interesting part. Why GLTF format? Why GLTF format, not IFC? Because IFC is semantically rich and extremely complex, as we all know. IFC engine is not meant for real-time editing. That's why we need this GLTF version, because GLTF is lightweight, browser-based, and can be used through CD platform easily. This also has a capabilities to retain the geometry and the classification codes, which we are extracting and preserving from the IFC model. And then it goes to the buyer interactions. Then all these things are just a back-end work, and the front-end work is just a buyer interaction where buyer can interact and edit. At the same time, see the live cost updates, and it's very easy and intuitive, free from IFC complexity. So furthermore, I will just show this prototype for the backend, how it's supposed to be worked. This has been done this way. Now you can see I will just upload only one element wall. One wall has been imported in the system, and here you can see the classification code is extracted successfully, and even the quantities are extracted, but the total costs are missing because it's not yet assigned what is the unit cost for this wall. And now I will extract this 5D beam and the unit cost is applied on this, and you can easily see the price here for the whole wall. And now it will be converted. It's still in IFC mode. Now it will convert it to the GLTF format. This is a backend work, and then it will go to the buyer interaction mode. This is a buyer interaction mode where buyer can see all this, and it can be made like it is just made for the prototype testing. and all these informations are here. If we make any kind of changes with elements, but if buyer is interacting and making any kind of changes, they can instantly see all these price changes on the screen. Here you can see if I'm making manually, this is a like not a full-fledged software. That's why I didn't put a lot of I didn't have a lot of time to do this. But whenever we are making any kind of changes, they can easily see the price changes on the screen. This will definitely help buyers to make decisions like whether they want to swap materials and they want to change some material, they want to make any kind of changes. So that's it for here. Prototype testing is done. Now I will talk about the tools and technology in this. So in this one, the Revit version was for me. I have used this Revit elements for. Then I exported into IFC model. That was the BIM authoring tools I used. It can be also used like any because we need just IFC format, and then model parsing IFC JS Open was used to convert into the GLTF version. And the most importantly, I would say here the AI assistant, I have used Cloud and MCP server in order to do this work for the demonstration and the testing, because I don't have a prior experience in coding. So these tools have been used for this. Oh, here, if you'll see here in the buyer engagement, how buyer is interacting, because I have just tested few elements on this. If you'll see here, floor material swapping, if they are just changing from laminating floorings to the oak wood floorings, so because of the unit cost and the same classification system, they can instantly see the price changes. This triggers a quantity recalculation and the price updates in the real-time cost updates. Now, another example, if the buyer is interacting and they're saying like, okay, wall material swapping, here if the buyer is changing a standard dry walls into the premium dry walls, then at the same time they can see the real-time cost updates. This is how the buyer, since it's not a full-fledged software, that's why I don't have a lot of things to show, but I can this demonstrates if the buyer is interacting, they can easily see the price changes instantly on the screen, and this will definitely help them to take a decision here. But at the same time, we also need to think about the constraints and the feature of buyer interaction. We cannot give the full freedom to the buyers for like do whatever you want on the floor at the same, because it's going to be very risky. At the same time, we will just make the structure element, a few elements locked. For example, in this situation, I did load-bearing columns, exterior walls, structural straps, building codes. These elements are properly logged in this. On the other hand, the buyer can interact and make changes in the partition walls, floor finishes, interior door walls, windows, and so on and so forth. Here, then in the end, it comes how buyer is going to interact. What is the buyer engagement workflow in the BIM ecosystem? So buyer can have access on CD platform. At the same time, as we all know, like CD is a very closed ecosystem. They cannot, if this is not a web-based platform, they will CD cannot allow some other softwares to get into this. There is even Dalux and the ACC doesn't allow this. So ACC, due to this, on the we can buyer can just have a link on the CD platform, and they can just open in any OpenGUI format, and they can view models, make changes, whatever they want. In the end, the validation will be done by the professionals, and then it will be uploaded to the CD platform. So when it comes to the limitations, the biggest limitation of this GLTF format is IFC cannot be regenerated again from the GLTF, because when IFC format has been converted to the GLTF format, the whole structure has been destroyed. The only thing they just retained is the classification numbers and the geometry. That's all. And this will be only exported in the Excel file and the fetch with the stage investment model, where installments money is getting updated. What are the future developments is the scalability of the prototype into the full-fledged web-based softwares, testing with the real buyers, and the testing entire flat in the system. The main contribution in this in this dissertation was the proof of the concept for the buyer-facing BIM prototype, successful parsing from the IFC to GLT with metadata, demonstration of the constraint-based interactions. The key contribution of this research shows that how BIM can go beyond professionals' use and enhance cost transparency and buyer engagement in a stage investment model. Thank you very much for your presence, guys.
Thank you, Manzurul, for the very interesting presentation. Now speaking about another view of the problem, about the non-technical people that are the ones that are buying the final product of construction. And very interesting.
Thank you.
Yes, but I don't know if anyone wants to make any question. If not, I will make a provocative question to you. That is, this. I understand your point of allowing the buyer to make simple modifications, but is not also a risk putting this in the hands of the buyer on sometimes things that are a little bit more technical? And also how you account for changes that they are doing that will have indirect costs because they are requesting something that demands or structural change or MEP complete redesign. How do you think that this could be accounted?
Okay, actually, in this situation, since I already mentioned this, the buyers can only interact with the architectural elements, right? So when it comes to any kind of structural elements, just like a column, beam, and other stuff, at the same time, sometimes because of the regulations, even outer space and the outer walls are not allowed to change. So in this kind of situation, when buyer is interacting with their own house and models, whenever they are clicking on those elements, it instantly shows, okay, you cannot make any kind of changes in this, it's not allowed. So in this way we can restrict buyers first. And the second thing is why it is more interesting, because there is a research which shows buyer, if we will give a open platform to buyer, do whatever you want, this is not a successful thing. In this kind of situation, buyer always prefer to choose options and to make changes rather than doing something from the scratch, so these are two things I would like to I hope I answered your question.
Yes. It was. I was doing a provocation. Okay, so I'm not saying that is very interesting what you did, and it's a way to go to democratize more the access of the information. It's always nice. Okay.
Thank you.
So
okay.
Thank you all for that presented in this session. So it was very interesting. And we arrived then to the end of the conference. So I'm just now putting here my last slide.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. So now we are just in the closing session of the conference. So first, I would like to thank all the speakers that were during the conference sharing their work. So I think it was very nice for everyone that participated to see what the students of BIM A+ are producing. You can always compare with what they did in the previous years, and you can see the trend on the evolution on the technology and on what drives innovation now and what was driving innovation 2 or 3 years ago. things change, and they change quite fast. So the world is changing very, very fast. So, but I would like to acknowledge the speakers for their time. So also, I need to acknowledge also the institutions, so the University of Minho and University of Ljubljana, where the students did the dissertations, and all the supervision teams, and also all the associated partners that in most of the cases of the dissertations, there was companies involved or other institutions, and they were very useful to give insights on the work and to give use cases and validating the results of what was being developed. Okay. Also to acknowledge the presence of our invited speaker, Letizia Martinelli. I think everyone learned a little bit with the presentation. Very, very interesting. Is also a research center that we collaborate a lot, and we would like to just thank for giving the time to do this this presentation. And to close, so I don't need to spend much more of your time. So I declare this conference closed, and thank you all for joining us online for these sessions, and see you next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.